we started with hundreds of drivers around the world, all wanting to represent their own nation, as Acronis presents the VCO Cup of Nations in aid of UNICEF. Yesterday, we whittled it down, first of all, to 16 countries, all wanting to get to today, to the semi-finals day. And, well, we had some incredible racing, let's be honest about that. We had entertainment and excitement across 4 different races. But after all was said and done, that 16 became 10. 8 countries qualified automatically. Germany, Hungary, Italy, Spain, the United Kingdom, Australia, France and Chile. And after what we can only call a long, hard slog at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, we added Belgium and the United States of America to that list. Today, we start off with the semi-finals. We have one race to start off at Silverstone in the Ferrari 488 GT, and then after that we have a last chance race that will set our finalist field, and then from there we've got ourselves 4 more races, and at the end of today we will crown the VCO Cup of Nations champion. So that's what was on yesterday, the group stages and the playoffs. Today, it is all about the semi-finals to start. The 5 teams are all head-to-head. And then what's going to happen is we'll have 5 of the winning teams moving on automatically to the finals. And that will be based upon these semi-final groupings that we're going to talk about in a moment. The 5 losing teams, there is a 1-race runoff, and 1 team will qualify and move over to the finals. There are the results from yesterday, and there are the countries that have qualified. So the way it's going to work is that we've got these 5 semi-final brackets: France versus the USA, Germany versus Belgium, Italy versus Hungary, Chile versus Australia, and Spain versus the United Kingdom. So in this race, even though there are 40 cars circulating on track, all of these countries, they are focusing on one rival only. And that is where we set the scene here today. As I said already, we are at Silverstone, the home of British motorsports. It is the new Silverstone, so it's got 18 turns, 3.19 miles in length. That's just over 5 kilometers. And they start the race on the exit of Club Corner, and then they work themselves through the new wing section before rejoining the racetrack down at Brooklands, and of course running the famous section of Loffield, Copse, Maggot, Beckett, Chapel, Stowe, and of course concluding the lap at Club. And they're running, as I said already, in the Ferrari 488 GT3 car. And with that, let's say hello and welcome to everyone who's watching online on VCO's social media platforms, on WTF1's YouTube channel, on the iRacing Esports Network, and of course also on RaceBot TV. My name is Will Vincent. That guy over there is Matt Gallagher from WTF1. Matt, it's great to be talking with you for the 2nd day in a row.
Absolutely. Very excited indeed to see the racing unfold once again. We had some amazing racing last time out, and we had some quite strange combinations of supercars, and Spa being a pretty good example of that. A little bit more normal with the Ferrari 488 around Silverstone. I'm excited to see how that all unfolds.
Yeah, but today we start off with the semi-final, and these semi-final matches, which in the weird motorsports way are all happening at the same time. So it's not like what you'd get at the World Cup in soccer, football, if that's your thing, or in rugby, where everyone's in their own matches. And this one, everyone's running on track at the same time. That means that it doesn't just matter who your best driver is, it remains the performance of your entire team, and you've got to really fight with thinking about where is my country and my team in relation to that one other who we're competing with.
Absolutely. We've got 5 races within a race. It's like watching an endurance race. It's brilliant to see the multi-class action, but this isn't multi-class. They're all in the same car, but we've got 5 different races, which is going to be quite difficult to keep up with. I feel for the commentators slightly, but we'll have live scores and whatnot flying up on screen to help everybody understand that. But yeah, I'm really excited to see how the tactics really work out with this, because for example, a team may have one of their drivers so far out in front, but the other 2 may be lacking a little bit behind, and they're going to have to be thinking on their feet as to whether or not they need to employ a different strategy with one of their leading drivers in order to bring the others into play.
You're completely right, as it is going to all be about momentum, strategy, and again, as we talked about throughout the course of the weekend, avoiding disaster along the way as well. France come in as the number 1 seed with 658 points in the group standings. And well, that's surprising for some if they looked at the team orders, but let's be honest, Matt, Germany had a miserable, and I mean miserable, endurance race, and they fell from number 1 to number 2 in the rankings, and that means that now they are going up against Belgium in their semi-final matchup compared to what would have been the USA.
Absolutely. I'm sure they wouldn't be too hard on themselves. When you look at Germany as a roster, they've got unbelievable racers in their field. They've got Max Benecke, who's got over 11,000 I rating. I mean, the man, how much more I rating do you need on those servers? It's pretty insane to see. But yeah, individually, they've got the talent easily to beat Belgium, as does France over USA. But that's the beauty of this. It's a 40-car race. It's going to be hectic. We saw yesterday Holzmann getting taken out at the start. So if we see something like that, so if we see one of the fastest German-French drivers getting taken out, that's going to throw all sorts of spanners in the works.
Yeah, and Italy versus Hungary, that will be an interesting matchup. A lot of people didn't expect to see Hungary make it all the way through to the semi-finals, but they did well in their group. 2nd place in Group A. Australia, let's be honest here, Matt. There was a lot of anxious waiting during the endurance race in Club Australia. I think one of my favourite comments of the weekend remained the comment I saw on YouTube about one person asking Team France to go for the race lead. Kind regards, a worried koala.
Yeah, they can pretty much wipe away their sweat now. They're in the semi-finals. They've got one team to focus on, which is Chile, which I think was both the commentators' hot pick for maybe making it a bit further into this tournament. So Australia are very much up against it has to be said. But look, it's Silverstone, it's Ferrari 488s. It's not a strange combination. They really should be able to knuckle down.
Yeah, and the 5th semi-final, Spain versus United Kingdom. That one, I'm going to put money on right now, will be the closest semi-final. And that is in part because Spain was ranked number 5, United Kingdom number 6, 416 points for Spain, United Kingdom 380. That is going to be exciting. But with that, qualifying is almost about to start. So for the power of internet communications, I can hopefully go like that and say hello to our 2 commentators, Paul Smith and Connery Maddock. Paul, flat cap is back out in force, but this semi-final race, Silverstone and the Ferrari, and you know what? In some ways, I'm almost glad I accidentally talked about the track combination yesterday, because I think we've got something even better now.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a fantastic vehicle, and this circuit, yes, I'm a little bit biased. It's one of the best in the world. It is the home of British motorsport, and we will be seeing these drivers pushing to the absolute limit. But it's only a 20-minute race here, Connery. Qualifying, once again, 10 minutes, but only 3 laps available to them. A little shorter qualifying than we were getting yesterday, so that means that everybody has to be on their toes here.
Yeah, but should still be plenty of time to get those 3 flying laps in, pending a couple of issues with the individual drivers. You do have to get relatively quickly out there on your outlap, but it's not an absolutely huge concern out there, as we are still yet to see any times come through here in the qualifying session. are on board with one of those drivers at the moment with 8 minutes remaining. We're on board with Maximilian Benecke from Team Germany. You might even notice a few little alterations to our graphics this time around. We actually color-coded things so you can easily see which team is which. So Team Germany, they're going to be represented by the color black here today. And well, Max Benecke, across the line he goes. Of course, that's going to be a 2:06. That's going to be an outlap for him. This one's going to be the first of his flyings.
It's absolutely so. He goes through Abbey, the long left-hander into Village, onto the brakes, tight right, and then the left at the loop. Really, really sharp left here, but it opens up on the exit through Aintree, and then down the Wellington Straight, of course, named after the Wellington bombers that used to fly from here. Of course, this is an old World War II airfield. Is this into Brooklands, the left-hander? Can take a few different lines here, but we want to take as much curb on the inside as possible. Then Luffield. Different ways around this. You can either V it out like Max has done there, or you can hug that inside line all the way through. Important to carry the speed through there now into Woodcote. You'll see them cutting right up to the barrier on the inside there. Copse Corner, the old first turn here at Silverstone. Now it's absolutely a tremendous corner. Really pushing the limits of track limits there was Max. Maggots, the left, then into brilliant Beckett section, right, left, down the gears, down to second gear, right again, up quickly up into third, Chapel then, and on to the Hangar Straight. Just gather your thoughts, gather yourself, look for your brake marker, get it over to the left-hand side of the track here, and then onto the brakes just by the 100-meter board, through Stowe Corner. Up over the curb on the left-hand side, and we're heading through into the Vale. Hard onto the brakes. Second gear, first gear he drops down to. Car wanting to push a little bit there. He's clipped the curb. That's not always the best. As now through Club Corner, and what will be his lap time here? It's going to be a 2 minutes 2.6. That initially puts him to the head of the field, but straight away Nicholas Rubler and now Johan Half up to the top of your standings.
Yeah, we'll get that pulled up in just a couple of moments, but we go on board with Matteo Ugolotti, represented by that lighter shade of blue for the Italians. He's going towards the end of one of his laps right now. First flying lap for Ugolotti. Team Italy particularly strong yesterday through the group stage. Can they carry on that momentum coming into the final stage, both the semi-final and the grand finals, of course? Matteo Ugolotti only good enough for P21 on that lap, though, but the tyres are still coming up to temperature and pressure, so you can forgive him for going a little bit slowly on that first lap just to get a banker in. Yeah, that's it. He's... Really, you can see those drivers who have pushed early on, who have tried to get those times in. So there you go, Johan Half, Nicholas Rubler, you've got Samuel Lebert, Max Benecke, Charlie Collins for the UK, Jeremy Boutloop for France, Simone Maria Marceno, race 1 winner yesterday in the group stages, Alexander Thiebe and Jonas Wallmeier together. On board with your provisional pole sitter at the moment. You can really monster that curb on the first right there through the S's at the Beckett's complex. It's a fantastic complex. I'm so glad they brought it in back in the early 90s here, because it is truly a real test of a driver's ability and the car as well. Into Stowe Corner. Tighter than it used to be. Used to just go off straight towards Club. But here, you come back on yourself a little bit into the Vale. The left here. On board with the roof camera. Oh, and now onto the bumper camera, so you can have really low down look at this track. Don't hit that sausage curb on the right there. It unsettles the car. Max Benecke back to the top of your standings with his second lap. Half does improve, but does not
get into pole. Simone Maria Marchena up into 3rd place now with Jeremy Bootloop. 4th, Jamie Fluke up into 5th place now on qualifying. Carlos Fenaloza now up into 2nd place with a monster of a lap there. 2 minutes 2.2, still 0.2 of a second off of pole position here though. Everybody else just getting their lap times in now. Further down, we get a flurry of lap times here because everybody's out and about on the same sort of section of the track, and that means that we get that flurry of lap times coming. Marcus Nunez coming into 18th. Samuel Hébert has taken it back to the pits, so he's going to be done for qualifying. We've now got that patient wait here, Connery, because we've got one more lap to go for these drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. And currently we do have 4 different nations inside the top 4 cars. You see Team France doing relatively well, though. They've gotten themselves 3 cars inside of the top 10, so they have incredible pace here at Silverstone. The highest placed Team UK representative, if you want to talk home tracks, then that's going to be Jamie Fluke in P6. Charlie Collins, the 2nd place UK car, down in P13 on the starting grid, but this can still change by the time this session is done. We've been watching Norbert Leitner as part of Team Hungary for the last while. He's in P19, the highest placed Hungarian at the moment. You can see on the sidebar, it only goes down all the way to P18. No Hungarians there.
Absolutely. So we're getting ready to get this next flurry of lap times, the final laps that you'll be seeing from these drivers then. So Leitner in through club now. Get a good exit on the second part of club here. Don't go too wide, don't invalidate your lap. Across the line then, a 2 minutes 2.98. That doesn't improve him. Any other improvements coming from anybody else on the lap times? Alexander Thiebe up to 15th. Jack Boyd up to 28th with their lap time. Everybody else is pretty much, I think the second lap was the best lap for these drivers. Track conditions, by the way, 49 degrees Celsius on the track, so really hot temperatures. Patrik Holzmann up into 12th place for his final lap there. Everybody else not really improving on that third lap, so it was that second lap where you really needed to put the effort in.
Yep, it seemed like it was the case. Just a minute left here inside the session. You still only get 3 flying laps, so you can't just keep, stay out there and just keep logging laps. You do have a limit here if you're unfamiliar with the way iRacing does solo qualifying. Of course, with a lot of newcomers into the stream, especially since we are also broadcasting on the WTF1 channel, as well as the iRacing Esports network. So a lot of new viewers here, but 30 seconds left remaining in the session. Very few cars out there on circuit at the moment. We're watching one of the Chileans currently work their way around at the moment, and that is Rodrigo Mies from Team Chile, and I don't think he's going to be able to get himself to the end of the lap here. So it isn't the case where the clock hits 0 and you'll be able to finish your lap here in solo qualifying. If it hits 0, that is it.
Yeah, it's basically just getting a little bit of cheeky extra practice is what that is right here. But yeah, the time will run out. We've hit 0 on the clock, so qualifying is up and we'll be able to bring you the starting grid in just a moment's time. But 40 cars on the grid here for this event. We'll now be able to get you that grid up on screen, and it's Germany's Max Benecke who is on pole position ahead of Carlos Fenaloza from Spain in second place. Row 2 is France versus Italy, with France and the UK on row number 3. Row 4, France and Germany. Row 5 is Italy and Chile, the first of the Chile drivers there. Spain and Germany on row number 6, with the UK and Italy row 7. Row 8 is Germany and France, with Australia, the first Australian, on row number 9 ahead of Spain. And 2 Hungarians round out row 10. Row 11 is Chile and Italy, with Chile and Belgium rounding out row 12. Row 13, UK versus Chile, with USA and Australia, the next row of the grid. Australia and the UK down to 30th, with Belgium and Spain. Australia, Belgium and the USA down to 36th. Hungary, the USA, Hungary, and the USA rounding out your 40-car grid here. Well, that is the grid. It's a mouth-watering prospect here that we have for you. And these drivers, they've got a rolling start here. So these drivers will be getting a little bit of a chance just to get a little bit of heat into these tyres, but not much, because they start this gridding process on the hanger straight here.
Yeah, they do. Like you said, not that much of an opportunity to get any sort of energy into those tires. You'll see maybe a couple of drivers weaving, trying to do burnouts off of the stationary position that they have right now, but you can just see that huge trains of cars on the run. Well, going to be behind the pace car in just a couple of moments' time. So the timing for gridding has expired. So soon you'll see that that Porsche pace car just move away with the rest of the field in tow. It'll be Max Benecke controlling them on the start here, with a Spanish row mate, shall we say that, in the form of Carlos Fenalosa, and a gaggle of French cars behind as well. You have the Italian Simone Maria Marceno there as well as that single Brit, Jamie Fluke, in and amongst the top 6 cars. You see the green flag come out. Hasn't officially yet. Max Benecke control this restart until he gets shown it in simple.
Yep, so through Woodcut, that tells how long I've been watching things at Silverstone. Through Club Corner, and Max Benecke is making a bolt for it. Away we go, green flag racing then. 20 minutes here in the semi-finals. Remember, it is teams facing against the opposition team in their semi-final. So at the moment, it's Germany, Spain and France, the first 3 positions, heading down into the right. Get onto the brakes. That's a favourite overtaking spot. It's also a place where you can have incidents happen in the first lap here. And everyone's just seeming to work so far. We have got a couple of cars having a little bit of issues. And that is Fabrice Cornelis and also Diego Garrido having issues there. That's in the loop. And that is a car that's upside down there, Connery.
Yeah, it is. We might be able to get a replay of it soon. Meanwhile, there's a bit of scrapping on circuit for positions just outside the top 10, but I think we'll get the replay up first. There we go. Just a couple of seconds before we'll see what has happened here to have a car on its roof on the start here. Let's have a look. It's quite deep within the fields there, and ooh, a little bit of tangling going on. Perhaps even literally that. And is there... Well, there must have been an incident after that as they were trying to get back on track, so that one car ended up on its roof. But yeah, not a lot of space to work with when you have about 40 cars trying to go through the first sector at Silverstone.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got 2 cars on the pit road then. And they are down. So that is Belgium and also Chile as well. Mia Ott is dropping down the order as well at the back of your field. So positions lost for Australia there, down to the back of the grid. Must have had a slow down penalty or something like that.
No,
but
she had contact with Nicholas Hignoyer. As well, they were coming through Maggins and Beckett's, and it's not really a section that you can be safely side by side through. And it was the Belgian car that tagged this turn around. Oh, more incidents on the live pictures.
Yeah, that was a couple of the Americans. We had multiple cars involved in that down at Stowe Corner. We'll get another look at this one then. And it's one of the USA cars. That's Ross Banfield going to the inside of the Hungary car at Stowe Corner. And that just causes all sorts of shenanigans. So Ross down to 36 now. But at the front then, it's Germany leading this one here with Max Benecke. Spain second with Carlos Fenalosa. Johan Haaf in 3rd place for France. Then it's Italy, 4th place for Simone Maria Marceno. France then in 5th ahead of the UK with Jamie Fluke in 6th. Another of the French drivers, Samuel Hébert, 7th with Germany's Jonas Wallmeier in 8th place. 9th for Nicolas Rubillet, and then Alessandro Pico rounding out the top 10 of your field. And well, 1.5 laps. We've had a little bit of drama further down, but now as we head on through Copse Corner, and it's France putting the pressure on Italy here. and Marcheno and Bootloop really close together, and Jamie Fluke is just hanging around behind there, waiting to pick up the scraps.
Yeah, he is. He's a very calm and calculated driver, so you won't have a problem with hanging behind at least for another lap or two to see where his opportunities are going to arise. But coming down the hanger straight on the way into Stowe Corner, of course, he can go for lunges down here. You can even try and commit around the outsides to try and gain then the inside for Vale, but at the moment, no one going for that option. You can see the points updated as of a couple of moments ago in each of your matchups. So France leads the USA, which was to be expected, to be honest, with how many French cars are at the front of this field. Germany over Belgium, Italy over Hungary, Chile narrowly over Australia there, and it's a close run thing between Spain and the UK for semi-final 5 as well.
Yeah, so that is your updated standings. We'll be updating those standings throughout the event here, and well, through the right-hander at Village, and then into the loop once again go your leaders at the moment. Right now, these drivers just settle themselves into this one. And they've all got themselves into a line here. They're all running the same setup as well. It's mandated by the regulations here that everyone has the exact same setup. So it's all about the driver ability here, Connery. And that's what also helps make this event so unique.
Yeah, it really, really does. You know, you see a smattering of countries at the front of this field at the moment. But you know, of course, the strongest of all of them, Mr. 11K himself, 11,000 I rating. Max Benecke has he achieved that very, very recently, the first driver on iRacing to do so. And before anyone else had even hit 10,000. So that just goes to show how strong that he is as a driver. And in these Ferraris, seemingly pretty handy indeed. But the rest of the field seemingly keeping each other in check at the moment. There's the Italian and the French cars, Marcheno versus Bootloop on the way into Stowe Corner. But of course, this isn't a semi-final matchup between those two countries. Of course, Italy are more concerned about Hungary. Well, I mean, with the points difference with what they have at the moment, they're probably not even concerned about them, as they are pretty safely through to the next stage at this point. Remember, the 5 winners of each matchup go through to the finals, and then the 5 losers will have to play for 1 playoff spot to get themselves into the finals.
Yep, so plenty to fight for here. Out here at the moment as they head on through those first couple of corners once again right now, but everyone they're just all being a bit calm here, which is well, on one hand it's good to see, you know, because we had quite a lot of argy-bargy yesterday in yesterday's races, but we want a little bit of maybe, you know, showing a nose, going for a little bit of a lunge, and really getting the excitement going. Johan Harth is half looking here at Carlos Fenolosa into Brooklands, and this is for 2nd place in the race. Spain and France, they don't really need to fight this one here, but they have had Marcheno, Bootloop, Fluke, Libert and Wallmeier all catch up to these two, whereas Max Benecke 1.5 seconds in front in the lead.
And Jamie Fluke just right behind this. He's hoping that well, he's ahead of this, but he has a group ahead of him, and a couple of the UK cars ahead of him really are wanting to see this right now, because they want to make up the gap, they want to make up positions, because they need those points over Spain. And he's hoping, well, the UK team are hoping that France get past Spain here, hit Spain's points total, and they gotta hope that Spain falls even a couple cars further back.
Well, I mean, we're looking at Xavi Ross. He's actually battling with the Chile driver of Rodrigo Mies. That is for 24th and 25th. Mies runs wide out of Beckett. That's going to lose him a position. It's going to lose him another position, because he'll have got a slowdown penalty for a corner cut there. And that means that Xavi Ross and Charlie Summers both move up a position. That helps Spain and the UK out, so it kind of negates that move there.
Yeah, it does, depending on how the point structure and the gaps between the positions works out. But yeah, you're absolutely right at the moment. But still plenty of time left in this session. We got about 6 laps to go by my reckoning. The positions for P2 and back are still very, very close, and Johan Haaf has fended off Fenollosa quite well for the moment, but Marcheno is looking to try and get through. Bootsloop also would fancy having a go as well, and Jamie is just egging them on because he wants that Spanish car to drop further.
Absolutely. Don't forget the close battle between Chile and Australia as well, with Chile losing a couple of spots there from Mies. That means that that may help out Australia in that battle. I can tell you further up, 19th, Marcos Nunes and Matteo Ugolotti, I can see on my timing screen, are switching places. So they're having a little bit of a ding-dong battle down in 19th and 20th place. But look at this battle at the lead here, and that is for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. They've managed to drop Samuel Hébert a little bit as this group of cars here as they're heading into Beckett. So positions as they were, only one change of position in the top of your standings, so Johan Haaf ahead of Carlos Fenollosa. So Spain losing those little bits of points there means that the UK have a little bit more incentive to try and press forward.
Yeah, exactly. And it's worth reminding everyone the points on the left side are not live updating. We will tell you when they update. But for now, those ones are not accurate at the moment. Here comes Marcheno, though, forcing Fenollosa to go defensive into Vale. Cut back through the apex. Marcheno trying to find a line coming up towards Club Corner, but that Spanish car has it all covered. Johan Haaf is now trying to run for the hills in the French car. At the head of this train, Fenollosa deep towards the inside for the first turn, and back to the normal racing line through there, as things are getting pretty spicy between all of these cars at the moment. Spain hanging on to position, but the Italian wants to get through, and now Frenchman around the outside. That's Bootsloop trying to make some progress there. Jamie Fluke wants crucial points in the fight between his country and Spain as well, so this is all getting a bit tense up here.
Absolutely. So Fenollosa having to go on the defensive. They've already lost Johan Haaf in 2nd place now, so this is a battle for 3rd. Marcheno, we mentioned it yesterday, he can be quite aggressive with his moves. He certainly knows how to just absolutely send a move into a corner. So Marcheno is not shy, he's not backwards in going forwards, and he is trying to fight and trying to upset Carlos Fenollosa, trying to make a mistake, trying to force a mistake. And we've got a replay coming up now, and this is involving one of the Australian cars against the USA. In towards the Vale, hard onto the brakes, and a little bit of a side touch there. That's going to lose positions to the UK and to Spain. So positions lost there for Australia through Club Corner, but back to live action here, Connery, and this battle for 3rd place still ongoing, and we have got updated points on the side. Chile and Australia, 2 points between them.
Yeah, and Spain have actually extended their lead over the UK here in semi-final 5. So really, with 8 minutes to go, I think Fluke in this group really needs to get a move on. He needs to try and pick his way through, and he might be helped here by the fact that Marcheno is trying to go around the outside of Fenollosa. That will affect Spain's points tally if he's able to get past. But Fenollosa is making that Ferrari as wide as possible here, and he knows that he has to defend for his life.
I haven't seen a Ferrari that wide for a long time. He's doing such an excellent job of being in the right place around this circuit to be defensive, to hold the lines, and into Village once again. Looking to the inside, but you're not going to make that work there. You don't want to take too wide a line if you're the 2nd car in this queue of traffic into the loop, because that opens the door up for that 3rd car then to make a move. In Italy, I mean, they're quite secure in their semi-final at the moment. You'd have to say that at the moment, France, Germany, Italy, they're pretty much all signed, sealed and delivered for their semi-finals, but it's Chile, Australia and Spain and the UK, which is where the attention needs to be focused, especially Chile and Australia. That is incredibly close. And it's Rubler in 9th place. It's doing a fantastic job for Chile in all of this action.
Yeah, he's. I'm seeing him as the highest point scorer for Chile at the moment. So he's also got a bit of a gap ahead, a bit of a gap behind as well. So that he isn't exactly being put under a massive amount of pressure at the moment. You see one of the Australian cars there. That's Bart Horston. He has a group of cars ahead of him that can be for the picking, and this will be crucial in that semi-final 4 fight with the margins oh so close.
Yeah, Bart is the highest placed Australian in this battle. He wants to progress forward. He needs to progress forward. You would imagine that the teams are all going to be watching this. The team managers will be watching this broadcast. And he got a slow down penalty through the S's there, through Beckett. And that means that he loses a couple of positions there. And lo and behold, Bart drops down to 17th now.
So that's not a 2-point difference anymore in semi-final 4. Chile being gifted points there thanks to the slowdown penalty. A couple of positions lost by Bart there in that Australian car. You can tell maybe the pressure is starting to get to him. He knows that he has to make full progress and make at least one position that might give him enough points to launch Australia into the lead of that semi-final, but pushing a little bit too much. Track limit, punished for it, has to slow down on the hanger straight and let a couple of cars by. That's a hard one to take right there.
I can tell you, looking at my timing screen, Charlie Collins, Patrik Holzmann battle for the UK and Germany. Charlie Summers and Jack Boyd further down as well. That's another battle for the UK. They're switching places. So battles all the way through this field. My timing screen is going alive with green and red awash on my screen, but this is the battle further down then. This is Collins against Holzmann with Alexander Thiebe right behind. The points have been updated once again. You can see that Chile now with a 10-point lead. The UK still struggling in their battle against Spain. They need, Jamie Flick's doing a good job at the front. He needs to try and move forward there, but he needs the rest of his team to come forward as well to help him out.
Yeah, that's the thing. We got Charlie Collins in P13. That's the situation that we have on screen right now. Charlie Summers down in P24. He has Jack Boyd ahead of him as a pass for position. So he might be able to get at least a handful of points here for Team UK. I'm having a look further down the field.
As well in 23rd. Change of position up at the front. Marcheno at start corner is around. He's tried to make the move on Fenalosa. That's lost him a ton of places, down to 11th. He might even lose another place to 12th place. Replay coming up on screen. It's in that fight with Fenalosa. He's tried to go around the outside, and they've just made door-to-door contact. That unsettles the car. He's lost even more places in all of this because now Charlie Collins has made his way past and he's struggling. France, trying to make a move on him now.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a mix-up with the points because we will stick with this and see the aftermath of the situation. He had contact with one of the Germans there, spat further out, gives position to Collins, heading his way through for the UK. So that is just insane stuff right now. Our points, throw them throw them in the bin because they're not accurate. But at the moment, look at this. That's how they were just before that whole situation. So you can see the gap between Chile and Australia are 10 points. Spain, a bit more of a gap over the UK. But we'll have to see how this gets updated because, again, it's changed quite a bit at the front. I think now the point's going to be updated soon. I think
Maria Marcheno's, they have actually been updated now. I think Maria Marcheno is going to have Vietnam syndrome, PTSD of Stowe Corner because he had a similar thing happen to him just a couple of weeks ago. You can see the battle for the UK, that has moved them up a little bit towards Spain, but Spain even gained a couple of points as well. The other battle, Chile and Australia, that has improved for Chile. So really, it's all the teams on the left-hand side of your screen that are getting the points and getting themselves a potential spot in the final.
Yeah, it is. It really is. And you'd say probably the left-hand teams are the higher seeded teams coming into this stage of the competition. So I can understand the arrangement there, as you see the battle involving the UK car here. This is going to be Jamie Fluke on the back of Jeremy Bootloop. It's going to require a mega effort. We're going to be on the final lap already as they come across the line here. So pending some form of divine intervention, I'm not sure if UK will be able to do this.
Well, final lap of the race it is indeed. We'll look at Charlie Collins in that battle with Patrik Holzmann. They've got also in front of them Pedro Albert as well. So those two.
Oh, Fluke down the inside of Bootloop.
Oh, yeah. So looking at my timing screen, Fluke, yep. He has made a try, but it's not worked for him at the moment. But you can see in that rear view, you could see that Jamie Fluke was there. On board with Fluke now. On that roof camera. Through Luffield. Trying to take the different line. It's just sliding a little bit was Fluke. You can tell that they've all really worked their tyres hard, really worked the car as hard as possible. Through Wood Cup for the final time. Heading towards Copse. They need to get themselves set up for the run down the Hanger Straight into Copse. That's into Copse, into Stir. Jack Boyd is dropping down my timing screen, I can tell you, down to 29th. So that's a change of positions further down. The points have been updated on the left-hand side, so it's still pretty close. Clock is ticking down to 0. Your leader is way in front, 4 seconds. Max Benecke heading in towards Stir Corner for Germany. Fluke is not close enough to make any move. So it's going to be Germany who will just have to make it through the final couple of corners. And then they will be looking at victory here through Club Corner. And it's going to be Max Benecke for Germany then, who wins this race here at Silverstone, the semi-final. Through they go. Johan Haaf for France in second place. Spain third with Carlos Fenalosa. Jeremy Bootloop and Jamie Fluke pretty close across the line. The rest of your field all coming through now to finish up here. We've got a Spanish car around that Xavi Ross. That could be big, big news for Spain here. He's trying to get going again. He's finally got going. That's on the exit of Stur, so they must have somebody they must have got in together with him. We'll have a look at the replay here, Connery.
This could put the UK through. This could be the moment. Contact with one of the American cars. He slides on his roof before he tumbles to a halt in the grass. A lot of lost points there for Spain in such a tight battle as well. You can see every single one of these cars streaming by is a couple of points off of Team Spain's tally, and he has to wait to not get the unsafe rejoin. Oh, that's heartbreaking there from Ross. All he needs to do is get it to the end, and Spain would have been clear.
Well, that was a dramatic end to the race. Then it was a pretty calm race all the way through. But, Will, we got a bit of drama at the end that could have a significant effect.
I was just writing down on my notes, Australia and the UK were waiting for an is that Glock moment. And I think we might well have had one. We're going to do the results first as we wait for the final points. First of all, Max Benecke, Team Germany, well, dominant victory there for Team Germany. 4 seconds over Team France and Johan Haaf. Then Team Spain in third place with Carlos Fenalosa, and Team France's second car, Jeremy Bootloop, in fourth. The highest placed UK car is Jamie Fluke in P number 5. Then your second place German car, Jonas Wallmeier, in P6. A third French car inside your top 10, Samuel Liebert. Then the first Team Chile car in P number 8 with Nicolas Rubler. Italy's first car in P number 9 is Alessandro Bicco, and Pedro Sanchez Alberg from Team Spain rounds out your top 10. We go to page number 2. It's worth noting your first Hungarian car, P number 17, your first Australian car. P number 18 from Bart Hoston, who had, of course, that slowdown penalty after cutting the course down at Chapel Corner. But Germany, all 4 of their cars inside of the top 15. Italy strengths on numbers, P number 11 through 20, but only one UK car inside that 11 through 20 bracket. Marcus Nunes rounds out the top 20. On to the next page, and this is where you see your first Team USA car down in P number 22. The Belgians have really struggled here today. P27, P number 29. The Americans have struggled. 21st and 23rd place for the UK. We'll find out in a moment if that is enough as we go to our final page of results. And we see then we get towards those who have retired. 2 retirees for Team Hungary, a retiree for Team Belgium and for Team Chile. Xavi Ross, P number 36, and he lost all those places on the last lap of the race. We're going to step aside for a quick moment for a word from our partner Acronis, and we'll be back in 10 seconds. Well, this is the people that gets the broadcast done behind the scenes. Tyler Maxim, Gina Cantapati, and Hugo Louise. Want to give a shout out as well to Istvan Balau, trackcams22.com for all those gorgeous cameras that you see across the racetracks that we are at over the course of the weekend, of course. Myself, Will Vincent, on hosting duties. Paul Smith and Conor Matic, our A++ commentary team. And from WTF1, we have Matt Gallagher. So we've got a short replay that we want to show you that we're going to get up on your screen, hopefully in a moment. And here it is, the Acronis Cyberfit replay. This is P28 Jack Boyd with one of the Club UK cars being turned around, and I'm wondering whether or not that might be under Stewart's review. And then the unsafe rejoin there, almost to Jack Boyd, almost running into one of the Club Belgium cars as they work back out onto track. And I've just realized at the same time the reason why Tyler is waiting patiently for me to turn my webcam back on before we can all get going once again. And that is the point now up on your screen. And that means that 4 of the 5 top place seeds all got themselves through to the finals. France win over the USA, 318 points to 101. Germany, 300 points to 83 points. Italy, 234 points over 87 for Hungary. Chile, it was really close with Australia. In my notes, I had at one point Chile almost losing that because of an incident down at Chapel. But then Australia, Bart Horston, he had his moment that put the balance back in the favour of Chile, 157 to 136. And then the Isaac Glock moment for the United Kingdom. They managed to somehow just get themselves through, the only second-ranked seed in the semi-finals to make it through to our final, winning by 234 points over 217 to Spain. And that means that Spain, Australia, Hungary, Belgium, and the United States of America will have to take part in our last chance playoff race in just a couple of moments' time as we welcome back in Matt Gallagher. Matt, I mean, wow, that last lap was just crazy. And Spain, the heartbreak they must be feeling right now, having to run again in a few moments' time.
At least they've got one more chance. That's the only saving grace for the Spanish team. They had it. They had it all signed, sealed, delivered. Last lap of the race, and then one of their Spanish compatriots is upside down, coming out of Stowe. Like, there's only a couple of corners to go, Was that, was the defence, should it have been any defence, really? That'll be looking back on, especially if they don't get out of this last chance playoff. But it was great to see, and there was battles all the way up and down the field. Benecke was unbelievable for Team Germany, a real big statement as an individual. But it is worth mentioning that as much as it was quite easy for France and Germany in their respective groups, France still, once again, looking more consistent as a three-man up-front team at the moment, finishing second, fourth and seventh. Obviously you have Germany first, sixth and then 12th for Holzmann. So a little bit more of a diverse sort of results from Germany. And it's one to definitely have a look at as to go to the final.
Yeah, you're right. And actually I had it down qualifying P3, 5 and 7 there for France. So they're doing a solid foundation, getting themselves a good qualifying, leading into a good race. Now, Germany, of course, they had their issues with Spain at the loop on lap number 1. Then we had so many battles going on between Chile, Australia, etc. I honestly thought that Chile actually lost it when Moxes had that incident down at Chapel Corner, getting that automatic slowdown penalty that iRacing will give you if you just put 2 wheels on the left-hand side as you work through Chapel. But then Bart Horston from Australia did exactly the same thing.
Yeah, iRacing is quite horrible for that. It's very frustrating, but especially for that particular area where you'll go over it, not feel like you've gained any time whatsoever, probably lost time, and then you get bam, slow down penalty. And with how close the pack is in a 40-car pack where everyone's separated by 1 or 2 seconds over a lap, it's going to prove costly. There were so many occasions. Marcheno had a massive error, which I think in the long run benefited the UK as he was tumbling down the field as well. Then we obviously had the Spanish car upside down, which kind of put the nail in the coffin. So for me, I really enjoyed the battle for P2 as well. When it was with Spain, Fenalosa really just making that Ferrari as wide as possible. Alas, it didn't actually work out in the end, as Spain are now in the playoffs. But it just shows that maybe France and Germany are a little bit far ahead, but the rest of the guys and the rest of the countries, so close.
Yeah. And of course, now it is the last chance playoff that is coming up next. One of my favourite quotes of all time involves the word playoffs on it, but my voice just doesn't go that high anymore. But for 5 of those countries, they now have to go to Atlanta Motor Speedway in the Ford Fiesta RS. So our first rallycross event of the weekend. And I'm not going to lie here, Matt, for Team America, this might give them a bit of an advantage.
It's going to be interesting to see how it unfolds, because I think the one thing that we've mentioned is adaptability, and I think this is going to test it to the absolute limits with a rallycross short stage. So it's going to be so difficult. Obviously, it's not as many teams, so potentially less chaos, but at the same time, this is the final chance for the 5 teams, and with such a different set of both car and track, I don't know where my money's, to be honest.
Yeah, and of course, a reminder that those 5 competing will be Team Spain, who got themselves 217 points and scored the most points of all of those who are having to race again. Australia scored 136 points in their very close fight with Chile. The United States of America, 101 points. Belgium, 83 points. Hungary, 87. Qualifying is already getting underway. No breathing time. So with that, we hand it back to our commentators, Connery Maddock and Paul Smith.
Yeah, thank you very much, Will and Matt. Well, Rallycross. Now, I am rubbing my hands with delight about this one, because Rallycross, this is unbelievable action that you're about to see. You will see door banging, you will see incredible moves being pulled off, and we're on board with one of the Belgian drivers, Fabrice Cornelis, and look at this course here. It's a short track here, Connery, and I can tell you as well, the Joker lap is worth so much time around here. Everyone has to do one through the Joker, but it is worth so much.
Yeah, it is. So, you know, that's going to be one of those big strategic things in these sorts of races. It makes me wish we had Randy and Johnny here from the Rallycross World Championship broadcast to take you through this. But it's just going to be us for now, as qualifying times coming through up on your left-hand side of your screen. Cornelis and Pijnar. So the two Belgians front row here today. Fenalosa and Pirwen putting in some good times as well, but the Americans actually not too good here in the qualifying, at least for the first lap here. They are in the bottom half of the field each, so it's the Belgians and the Spaniards that take the top couple of spots.
Yeah, 10 cars, that's all we're going to have here in this particular race. You can see how aggressive they are with the sausage curbs, but they do cause a lot of damage. You can cause significant damage to your car. How you land over the jump as well, that will be significant as well. If you land that car wrong, if you go one corner down wrong, then you can affect your steering with that. But Tom Abramitis for Team USA, currently in 7th place. He's wanting his way through the final couple of corners, and he's going to go up over the jump. Not the highest amount of height there, but that's okay. Through and finishes his lap there and does not improve his lap time. And with that, there's only one driver who has not set 3 laps in qualifying, which is Avi Ross. But I feel that he's just getting a little bit of practice out there now, because he is just taking his time about things. But yes, hello everybody. Paul Smith, Connor and Maddock here then. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. You are going to see some desperation moves in this event here. And as you mentioned it right there in the commentary there, Connery, strategy, when you use that Joker lap, it's only a 10-lap race, when you use that will be so telling.
Yep, it will, and you might see a lot of drivers actually take it pretty early to try and get them out of the pack, and if they feel they can run a little bit better, if they have a bit of clear air, instead of having to try and fight with other people around them, then you might see them try and take it early and find themselves a bit of space. But then again, that depends on how many people take it early, because you have the same issue if basically half the field take it.
Yeah, absolutely. So you'll probably see the leader on the first lap that they could take, the Joker. You'll probably see the leader take that pretty much straight away. You can't take a Joker lap until you've crossed the finish line, but fortunately here the Joker lap is after that finish line, so you are okay to take that Joker pretty much straight away. There's the course. The hairpin down at the bottom, you can see, is cambered. It's great. It's about the only place that the World Championship drivers in the iRacing World Rallycross Championship, it was about the only place in the championship where they were actually using the handbrake. So you just give a little bit of a handbrake pull, help you around that hairpin, and then get yourself around that corner nice and cleanly. But it is a place where you can slide up, do a little bit of a slide job to the inside there. There is one of those overtaking spots, but it's mainly going to be either desperation moves, in my opinion, or it's going to be the strategy of the Joker lap. As you can see, the Joker lap cutting that hairpin right there.
Yep, you can see on a normal lap, they have to take the hairpin, go all the way around towards the center of your screen, but to the very right where you see that little gantry situation before we cut back to the scenic shots, that's going to be the Joker lap. So you can gain a whole bunch of time by taking the Joker here, but you can only do so once per race, and we're only going to get one race here, at least in this stage of the competition. We'll get to see maybe a reappearance of this later on, but we get ourselves switched over into the race session. We'll grid for 2 minutes, and that should be plenty of time to go through 10 cars, Paul. Yeah,
absolutely. So let's bring that grid up on screen then and have a look at how qualifying did. So it's Belgium, an all Belgian front row, with Australia and Spain second, third and fourth. Fifth for Australia as well, Mia Ott with Xavi Ross for Team Spain in sixth. The first of the Americans in seventh, with Hungary in eighth. And the back row of the grid, the other Hungarian and American entries. 2 drivers from each of these each of these countries that are in this last chance consolation race. This is their opportunity to represent, and with about a minute left before we get going here, Connery, final thoughts before we get into this?
Belgium are going to be very strong. I'm having a look at the Rallycross I ratings for both of those Belgian drivers. Both of them, well, above 4,700. Almost no one else in this field, apart from maybe Fenelosa, gets anywhere close to that. So Belgium are going to be very, very strong here. It's going to require a Hail Mary attempt for those teams and cars behind to be able to do anything about them.
Absolutely. So the clock is ticking down. Everybody waiting patiently. You can see them all stacked up there. So it's 3 cars on the front row of the grid. Belgium, and Australia. It is on that front row of the grid. The Rallycross grid's a little bit different to how you would see on a road race, but this is certainly getting the tension is building here. I am absolutely looking forward to this. This is going to be wonderful. But we are in the consolidation race then. One final chance to qualify for the finals, and the final 6th spot in those finals. Drivers getting ready. Revs are building. Looking at the gantry. Green, and we're away. Belgium with a launch of a start. Spain up into 3rd and 4th place. The USA, Australia, Hungary involved in an instant further down in your field. But it's Belgium. Spain looking to make some moves here in the early going. One of the Belgians running off to the side of the track. That was Pignard into the turn now. And it's Belgium and Spain, 1st and 2nd, with Belgium and Spain 3rd and 4th. Who goes on to the Jokers? Spain decide to take those Jokers early. So Belgium keeping those Joker laps in their back pocket, but we've lost already one of the Americans, Ross Banfield.
Yeah, that's basically going to curtail the US's chances. So I think they're going to be the first team out here. And it's going to be before the end of the first lap here. We'll get a replay of that start, as in the second half of the field. It was an absolute mess. Someone hit the wall before they even got to the first corner there, trying to make up positions. It caused a huge pile up into the first right-hander. As we go back to the live pictures then, those are the 2 Spanish cars that took the Joker early on. As a result, they lead this race at the moment, but both the French cars have yet to come down in and actually take that shortcut.
Yeah, so the 2 Belgian teams,
2 Belgians, yeah, sorry,
holding their card in their hand. They'll probably leave it until the last lap. If they feel that they're quick enough here and that they can catch up, then they will be looking strong on this one then. Looking at lap times here for them, and they're actually a little bit quicker. They're a little bit quicker than the Spanish drivers up at the front. Xavi Ross!
Oh, contact! Oh, Cornelis is up over! He's over the barrier!
Oh, Fabrice! What on earth? Well, we've got a replay coming up on screen then. We've got... Yeah, so one of the Belgians decided to take the Joker. Fabrice Cornelis down onto the Joker lap, and he's going to have the Spanish driver right there. There's contact, and he's up and over the barrier. There's no saving that. And that is game over for Belgium's Fabrice Cornelis.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's Spain still P1, P2. Pignard now taking the Joker on the outside. What a pass there. That's a brilliant bit of driving from the number 4 Belgian, but there still isn't going to be enough points, but what a wonderful move.
Yeah, we knew that the Joker lap was going to be crucial, and that it was showing right there. Nicolas Pignard then up into the front of this field ahead of Carlos Fenelosa and Xavi Ross. These have all taken their Joker lap here, and well, these drivers, they are pushing to the limit. Now, Pignard was quicker than the 2 Spanish drivers behind, so I would imagine that he's going to try and look at pulling away and just hope that the Spanish drivers make a mistake. But right now, Connery, they could just sit there in 2nd and 3rd, and they'll get enough points here.
That might be the plan here, to be honest. They got a decent gap back to Mia Ott, who's done incredibly well for Team Australia to get up into P4. But it's going to be Spain at the moment going through to the final stage with all those teams that qualified in that previous race. He's now leading at the moment, but he doesn't have his teammate around him. Oh, Hungary barging down the inside of one of the Australian cars there. This is towards the back of the field, and that's Josh Perwan heading his way through after a ruthless
Carlos Fenelesa!
What?
And then one of the Belgian cars. Oh my goodness! Has Cornelis come back into? I don't know. We'll have to look on the replay here. But Fenelesa, what on earth has happened to? Oh, it's Cornelis! Oh, he's come back out. And he's made contact with the Spanish driver.
That was a joker again as well. He'll be disqualified.
Cornelis was parked up. Remember, he was over the wall. He's rejoined the race, came out the pits. And that has happened. I'm sure that the stewards will have a lot, and I mean a lot, to say about that. That is unbelievable. What that does mean at the moment is that Mia Ott is up into 3rd place now. She's done a sensational job, and Josh Perwin for Australia as well, up into 4th place in this race. I told you it was going to get a bit crazy.
Yeah, look at this. This is Fabrice on track from the start, directly into the side of Spain. I'm sorry, that is completely unacceptable. And Belgium, at least in my opinion, should be disqualified for that.
Well, we'll have to leave that one to the race stewards. Already the stewards have said race results will be under review. Mia Ott has been around, lost positions. Norbert Leitner now up into 3rd place. So, good grief. Race results will be under review by the stewards at the conclusion of this. So, we're going to have to wait a little bit for the results. I can tell you it's lap 9 at the moment, and at the moment it's Nicholas Pignauer who's at the front of the field here, coming through towards the end of the lap, Connery. But high drama. I said Rallycross gives you everything, and it certainly does.
The interesting situation is if Leitner didn't get past the Australian cars there, then Australia might just about get themselves enough points to try to challenge Spain and Belgium. So this is going to be very much under review. We won't know at the drop of the checkered flag who is completely and utterly clearly through. We're on to the final lap. Those are the 2 Australian cars there, Perwan and Ott, working their way around. But on the final lap, and the final lap as short as this, I don't think they're going to catch the Hungarian.
Nicholas Pignauer is coming around, I can tell you, towards the end of the lap here. He's got one of the Spanish cars in front of him. Don't say there's going to be some shenanigans, but through the final corner then for Belgium, he's going to be the first across the line in this race, but provisionally at the moment he is the winner of the race. Xavi Ross comes in 2nd for Spain, and Norbert Leitner for Hungary is going to come across the line in 3rd place, with the 2 Australian entries of Josh Perwin and Mia Ott in 4th and 5th. Bent Nemithi in 6th place for Hungary, with the USA Tom Ambramitis going to be in 7th place. As we were trying to bring you a picture. It was Mia's incident then, just getting into the wall. It's so easy to do there on the exit of the hairpin.
Yeah, it's just the back end out just a little bit too far. Loses the position to Leitner and to her teammate as well. Not going to lose points from the latter of those 2, of course, but still, there's going to be some calculators out, some decisions that need to be made by the race stewards there to see what we're going to do about this one. So we had drama at the end of yesterday, and we get drama, pretty early on here today.
Well, thank you, Connery. Thank you, Paul and Factor. It's just upside talking to race control, and they have told me that all of these results are under further review. So as it stands, Belgium win by 3.5 over Spain and Xavi Ross. Norbert Leitner, 3rd place for Hungary. Team Australia bounced back for P4, P5 after that chaotic start of the race. Hungary come home in P number 6. Team USA P7 and P9. But the 2 that we really need to think about, P number 8 and P number 10, Carlos Fenelesa and Fabrice Cornelis. And well, they had an incident. The first incident, I would argue, is a racing incident. The second incident, I'm going to say probably isn't, as we've got a replay of that second incident coming up in just 1 moment's time for you on your screen, and that should be ready for you right about now. So there we are. That's the number 3 car. Forget, it's a really short pit road here, And the way I see that, I'm going to bring Matt Gallagher back in because you are an expert pundit and you can probably get away saying things I couldn't hear. That looks deliberate to me.
Yeah, I can say whatever I want, and I think that is a stonewall, disgusting move from Belgium. There's no other way that I can possibly see that as. I mean, I don't know why he would exit the pits that way anyway. So clearly, very disgruntled about the first incident. Comes out the pits. They'll probably argue that it's coincidence, but for me, it just looks a little bit too suspicious. Here's the first incident, and I mean that is quite easily a racing incident. Just a tap on the side. They're going to be fuming because that's their chances of qualifying out the window. But if you take a look at the second one, anybody can see that was very naughty.
For those of you who are new to rallycross racing, the first incident, you got to remember that Belgium were doing the Joker lap at this point, which essentially is a bit of a faster way around the racetrack. And they came back on, but Spain were already in the apex of the corner by the time that Belgium came in with a huge head of speed. And you talked strategy earlier on, Paul talked strategy earlier on. Spain took that strategy of deliberately taking that Joker on lap number 1, thinking that they could get the advantage by doing so. Belgium, taking that Joker lap later on, always had to know there was a risk of this happening.
Absolutely. And the fact that it happened twice is very strange to see. And it also shows how close they were both on pace, because as much as they took the Joker lap early, crucially, both Spain and Belgium at the start were in their little packs, so they could focus on the race no matter what. And, well, I can't wait to see what the stewards decide. I think I'll be very upset if nothing does happen. I can't believe Australia, out of nowhere, if there was lots of disqualifications happening, could have been the country to go through after all of this.
Well, because I did actually write part of the rulebook for this, I do know that there is something called a PR06 code, which is basically instant disqualification, and retaliation will get you a PR06 code. So even if Belgium were to go through on points, we will get the points in a moment, it would mean that Cornelis is actually going to be disqualified for the entire event. And there we are. This is where the controversy comes in. Belgium with 26 points, Spain with 24, Hungary 23, Australia 22, USA with 8. However, we are being told that these points are still under review. So these are still under review by race control. One of the things they were talking about, Matt, is that the rulebook was mainly designed for what would happen if one driver was to do one incident with another, because the expectation was that there would be a degree of fair play overall. But I think this one is where the rulebook has to be digested. And actually, you can't really penalise a driver in a last chance situation like this. You've got to argue it's got to be the team that are penalised.
Yes, absolutely. It's a team event. It's not about the individuals. That's the beauty of this Cup of Nations championship. I'd love to see the replay again inside the car, because to be fair, that is unbelievable execution. As much as it's disgraceful driving if it was on purpose, the fact that it was just a tiny touch on the rear when they're coming through that left hand at a pretty high rate of knots. So you have to wonder whether there was even more than one person involved, and that's why the team would be, punished rather than just the driver. Yeah,
we are also hearing that the USA and Australia are a bit upset about what happened on lap number 1. Whilst we're waiting for this one to all kind of be shaked out, because it will take a few more minutes. And again, a big thank you to our race control who have been working tirelessly all weekend. And a quick point before we move on, Matt, this is the reason why you have to have live race control in an event like this, because you've got to have a human force that can step in and look at these incidents objectively beyond what Iris can do on a normal race, where of course the incident system is deliberately designed to be a no-fault system.
Oh, the minute that we can rely on a game to look at those kind of incidents, I think that's when robots have taken over and we are just made redundant. But yeah, it has to be reviewed, especially the nature of the incident. It's something that has to be taken very seriously. We've seen it before in esports. That I have no time for things like that, petulance potentially. But we'll see what the stewards decide on this.
You're
think
thinking
that,
Pagano and Norris at this point, aren't you?
well, yeah, it comes to mind, doesn't it? It's still that same retaliation. That's the kind of feeling I get from it anyway, and it's not what we like to see. It should be punished very harshly, and it'll be such a shame as well, because the fact that one driver has undone it for the entire team, as much as they weren't going to get through anyway without that crash, it just leaves a bitter taste in the mouth.
And also for Spain, this is a double heartbreak, because they had that instant last lap of the Silverstone race, and they've had this all in the space of half an hour. The Spanish community, I see already on social media, are absolutely livid with this one. And of course, we will bring you updates as soon as we possibly can. But let's talk about what's coming up next first. Then we'll talk about what's happened with the points when we get final confirmation. Next up, we go NASCAR racing. We're going to be in the NASCAR Cup Ford Fusion at the Homestead Miami Speedway. By the way, this is possibly my favorite oval outside of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 1.5 miles in length, 4 turns, but it's also got parabolic banking. Now, this is an oval that if you were to draw an oval as a kid, this would be how you draw it. But the banking is actually parabolic. So it's 18 degrees of banking at the bottom, and that goes up to 20 degrees of banking on the top lane, which means that the outside lane can be faster, and it also means that you can normally hold more speed the higher up the racetrack that you are, and that makes for great racing both in IndyCar and in NASCAR. And we're running the NASCAR Cup Ford Fusion here today. So we have got a race control decision. So Fabrice Cornelis has been disqualified, and Belgium have also been given a 5-point penalty, and that means it is going to be Spain who are through to the finals. So Spain progress to the finals, and Belgium a double whammy then. Fabrice Cornelis is disqualified, and also a penalty for Belgium. Matt, thoughts?
I'm not surprised. I mean, we got a very brief replay of it and it looked wrong. Clearly the stewards have looked at it from all the angles. It's just such a shame. We had such a great battle. Obviously that was then undone by the fact that one of the Belgian cars was over the fence, but it's still great to see Spain through first and foremost. They did all they could. And, you know, it's just such a shame, because as much as I love drama, as much as everybody watching probably is basking in this bit of controversy, it's a shame to see from a team that had locked out the front row, looked like they were very, very strong going into this race, to then have that happen. It's not going to do Cornelius's esports reputation any good either, I don't think.
No. What it does mean is that all of the teams in the finals are those that graduated through the group stage, because Belgium did, of course, come through the playoff yesterday. And also, a shout out to Hungary and Australia there. 23 points and 22 points. Australia in particular, who had a nightmare start and managed to bounce back. It shows you what consistency and what tenacity can bring. But now, with all of that sorted out, we can start thinking about the finals. And we can start thinking about the state of play moving forward. Because for this race, the teams will qualify as normal. It'll be a 3-lap qualifying session followed by a race. And that race will then also create the starting grid for race number 2. We're going to use a staggered inverted grid system. So the team that finishes last will start P number 1 and P number 7. The second last nation team will start P2 and P8, so on and so forth. And what that means, Matt, is that no team is immediately going to be out of it. It means that you're going to have to know how to overtake and know how to race as much as you know how to qualify well and attempt to pull away.
God, whoever created the format for this competition had racing at its very core. That means we're going to get some brilliant races all the way through to the final. It's going to test every person within their country's team's racecraft, because as you say, it's not going to be the likes of Germany and France constantly locking out the front row. I imagine they will be the strongest, but it is an oval race. We saw how unpredictable it was yesterday and how long it could be, but that's not going to be the case today, as a few rulings have been changed. But I think, the oval to start off with, we could see a few surprises because it's all about teamwork, and one that I think France at the moment has been the strongest at.
Well, we also want to remind you, of course, that the VCO Cup of Nations presented by Acronis is also in support of UNICEF, and the tournament is raising funds for the incredible work that UNICEF is doing around the world to save lives, especially in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And therefore, the organisers are asking all competitors and viewers to make a voluntary donation, however small, to support the great cause. And this is done through the online platform Just Giving, which is fast and totally secure. And if you're based in the United Kingdom, you can also claim gift aid as well. So to do that, all you need to do is go to racebot.wtf/donate. That is racebot.wtf/donate, or click the link if you're watching on YouTube in the description. And a great cause, UNICEF, and the Cup of Nations, to say, raising money for UNICEF and the work they're doing, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. So let's start thinking about Homestead Miami Speedway. Yesterday, Matt, well, you managed to make a pizza. I started to read a book. Paul and Connery almost lost their minds. Because of that, there are a couple of changes to the format today. Cautions are going to be deliberately done manually by race control. That means if there is something that would normally trigger an iRacing caution, the race will stay green unless race control determine that they need to go to caution. That should speed things up. The second thing, there is not going to be the situation like yesterday where laps under caution do not count. Every lap will count in this race.
Lovely to hear. It was a long one yesterday, but I did have a lovely pizza, so it's not the worst thing to be watching the action and eating. But yeah, it's good to see that it's a little bit easier, because I think, especially now it's the finals, everyone's going to be trying to make up positions as much as they possibly can. We've got less cars than we did before, but at the same time, it means there's still going to be a few argy-bargy moves, especially in these NASCARs, that they'll feel a little bit safer in going around this oval. But there's still a lot of points on the board. I'm looking at the points, and it's great to see that as much as you might finish in third, you're still getting 32 points compared to the winner who gets 40. So don't expect, if Germany or France wipe out the first couple of positions and it's over, because it's absolutely not, especially with the reverse grid as well from the standings, the staggered starts that you mentioned. We're in for some pretty decent racing. We're finally here at the finals, and I'm excited to see who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, and also it's worth mentioning that we are going to have race spot overtime, green, white, checkered finish. So that means that the race will finish hopefully under green. So if we get to the end of the racing laps and we are running under caution, we will go for the green flag followed by a lap of racing. And if the white flag comes out, then the next flag will end the race. However, if there is a crash on that first lap of overtime, we reset and we do it all over again. Don't forget, live timing and scoring is available all weekend long. Visit racebot.tv/Cup of Nations. And with that, let's bring in our commentators for a quick chat. We've got Paul Smith and Connery Maddock, who have been doing sterling work all afternoon, in fact, all weekend. I'm going to come to you first, Paul, because you wanted to play devil's advocate. Your thoughts on this situation we had between Belgium and Spain?
I was just before the decision was made, and by the way, I do completely agree with the decision that the stewards made on there. I will say that from my experience of actually racing in Rallycross on iRacing, coming out of the pit area there, which is also the start area, into the traffic of that, it's just impossible. You can't see the car over your shoulder. So I will play a little bit as a devil's advocate there. However, I do agree with the race steward's decision there.
And also, we all know that these drivers have used iRacing for years. Yeah. And they know kind of when the track will likely be clear and when it isn't. Connery, you're up there. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I understand what Paul is saying there, but he already saw his teammate come through, and he knew how close the gap was to back to the Spanish driver. So, you know, he should have known as soon as he saw his teammate through, okay, where's P2? And got out of the way, or at least taken a wider line coming out of the pit lane. He just cut across the track right into the middle line, and it's 2-1. So it's the correct decision.
Yeah. Now, talking about the Homestead race we've got coming up, the one thing I'm a little bit sad about is that these drivers do not have to do a pit stop, because the pit lane at Homestead Miami Speedway is actually one of the hardest in all of sim racing. I used to run many an IndyCar race here, and there's a palm tree. I think it's the second palm tree down, which is your kind of like turning point and your braking point to get it perfectly. That's in an IndyCar. In a NASCAR, it's even harder, because normally you have to go all the way down the inside access lane, which you don't have to do at other tracks. But the parabolic banking, Paul, the 18 degrees at the bottom, the 20 degrees on top, that's hard enough by itself. But if you're on the inside line and you put two wheels on that white line, you go from 18 degrees to nothing.
Yeah, touching that apron is just a bad idea around here, and it's so easy to lose control of the car. I've seen a couple of drivers having issues during practice that I can see from my point of view. So it is proving to be a challenging track for these drivers to get used to. Again, as we said in the previous races, they're all running the same setup here as well, so it may not be optimized for, well, it certainly won't be optimized for each individual's driver preferences. So some drivers will like it, some won't here today. But yeah, touching that apron, it's just asking for trouble.
Yeah. And Conor, we've seen some great races at Homestead Miami Speedway over the years. I think about Will Power trying to go for the championship in 2010, lap number 134. He hits the wall. Everyone knows I'm not the biggest Will Power fan. That's why I know it off by heart. Tony Stewart with the race of all races in 2011, coming from the rear of the field twice to win the championship on a countback. And a great battle with Matt Kenseth. We've seen great racing. Ryan Loser, for example, winning the eNASCAR series live on NBCSN last year. So we've got fireworks all over the place, but we're going to have our own fireworks. And go on.
Just a slight correction, is Zach Novak.
Zach Novak, yes, Zach Novak. Look, it's been a long weekend. I was close enough.
Yeah, absolutely. But Zach Novak in the eNASCAR series final race, holding position around the outside through 3 and 4 on the final lap of the entire championship to come across the line as the champion there. So there are a couple of memorable moments even in sim racing. Yes,
Zach Novak. I'll get that one right. But it was live. And again, the emotions I remember from Novak's camp when he won that race right at the very end. But in terms of today, I'm having a look at the qualifying and the practice results even that are up. It is very close, but the Germans, Benecke, Wallmeier and Holzmann, have got 3 of the top 4 spots right now. So I think this will be a very close race, because the top 10 drivers separated by less than 0.2 of a second. But one lap pace is one thing. Even though it's a short race, you've got to manage the tyres, and in a NASCAR race, heat cycles can also be a big thing.
Yeah, that could be an issue as well. The race control actually just reminding the drivers right now that the automatic caution system for this is disabled, so any yellow flags that we'll see will be manually thrown by race control. And they're also saying that the caution laps count. So everything that we've talked about already, they're just reminding the drivers, and it's worth doing that, because some drivers can be pretty forgetful people. Yep.
And Matt, final thoughts then before we head ourselves over to qualifying. This is Homestead Miami Speedway. It's a great track.
It is indeed, and we could see a few incidents, as we've mentioned. I was just looking down at the I rating that we see. Quite a few differences for the Rallycross round that we just had, and same for this as well. You've got the likes of Jamie Fluke that's got 4,000 I rating, but others in the mid 1,000s. So we could see a few incidents when we get to lapping. Are they all going to be in their mirrors? Are they going to be fighting in the mid-pack whilst the leaders come through? It's going to be interesting to watch.
Yep, and with that, practice is almost over. So with that, we want to just say a quick thank you to our partners, Acronis and VCO, as well as Williams Esports. And a reminder, It's going to be a 20-lap race, and there will be one attempt at the end, if we need to, of a green-white checkered finish. We have got 5 countries who have made it this far, and now they're battling for glory and prize money. This is then your finals, and we start off with France, Germany. Actually, that's not right in itself. Germany, France, the United Kingdom, Spain, of course, winning late on, and Chile. They are going for it. Let's hand over to your commentary team. Connery Maddock, Paul Smith, take it away.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Will. So this is the point that we've all been pushing towards, the start of the finals, and this is where we can forget about fighting against specific teams that you're on track. You're fighting against everybody out there on track. You want to get the best result possible for your team and to deny other teams from getting those points.
Yeah, absolutely. The first round of the finals here. So it's the culmination of a lot of effort in amongst all of these teams. And even those teams, you know, in previous weeks, trying to even get themselves qualified into this stage, unfortunately dropped by the wayside. This was the goal for everyone. And now we have the teams, we have the drivers, and now we have 4 races to decide who is your VCO Cup of Nations champion. We're on board with Benecke, as he seems to really like taking the stage when it comes to our qualifying coverage, as he's heading his way out of turn number 4 right now, down across the start-finish line. You got to be smooth, you got to be perfect with your line here on qualifying laps with the oval. Any deviation, any lost hundredth of a second, that is going to matter.
Absolutely, as the times are starting to come in for these drivers. Of course, they're going to be building up that speed throughout the laps here and building up their feel of how the car handles this track. Quite cool conditions out there for them as well. 26.5 degrees for them on the track. And there you can see the qualifying times as they are at the moment, as Benecke currently leads ahead of Holzmann. So Germany front row lockout for the time being for Constantini, Liber, that's Italy and France with Collins. Look at that, in 5th place for the UK, and Alexander Thiebe in 6th. Collins moving up to 4th place. Benecke and Fluke, Jamie Fluke, putting in a monster of a lap, 32.7. Benecke had a little bit of a cool-down lap this last lap, I could see, but we're on board with Higelin at the moment here, Connery.
Yeah, Higelin has not yet set a lap time for Team France. So it's a very, very short lap here, so it's not going to be too long before he comes across the line. You can see the car get a little loose coming off turn 4. You can see there was a bit of wheel input to try and keep that car pointed in the right direction. A 33.0 across the line for Higelin down in P14 here. So not the usual contingent of French cars that we see at the very front of the field. In fact, the highest placed French car is Samuel Liber in P6, but Jamie Fluke, I've actually raced with Jamie on ovals before, way back when, a couple of years ago, when we used to run some of the oval leagues as part of the UK and Ireland club. So I know how quick he can be, not just on the roadside, but on these ovals as well. And he's, well, proving it here in qualifying.
Yeah, he certainly is, and not quite as fast on his final flying lap, so that one is not an improvement. Plenty of drivers sat around on pit road. Constantini, I can tell you, is on a lap at the moment and does have laps spare. Charlie Collins, though, coming around the corner, 5th place at the moment in qualifying, and there we go. The Team Italy driver, Constantini, he was quick in the warm-up, and he's now coming through those final turns 3 and 4, across the line. What can he do? A 32.9. He won't be happy with that one, and he pulls over to the side. He's done. He's had enough. I think pretty much everybody has had enough themselves here in qualifying, Connery.
Yeah, I think this is going to be our starting grid. Everyone else out there is on their 4th lap of 3 flying laps, so those won't count. So it looks like that on the left-hand side is going to be your starting grid here for the first round of the final stage here in the VCO Cup of Nations. A good performance from Germany, getting a good couple of cars up there. UK making an impact as well. I gotta say, though, for Chile, it's not looking too good, neither for Spain.
Absolutely. Of course, Spain having to have the playoff to get into the finals here, and having to wait as well for that decision. And that wait will actually have hindered them, because the other drivers from the automatic qualifiers were out there doing laps around here, getting a feel of the track and the car. So that will have hindered them coming into this. But with that, the time has expired on qualifying, and in just a few moments we will be able to give you your grid on screen very shortly. And well, we've got the full 2 minutes to get everybody gridded up, so we've got plenty of time here. It's Jamie Flug at the front row of the grid with Max Benecke on the outside. Holzmann for Germany with Italy on the outside of row 2. Inside of row 3, Collins with VCO on the outside, UK and Italy. And all French, row 4. Row 5, Alexander Thiebe and Johan Haaf. And then it is also then from Johan Haaf, it is Jonas Wallmeier and Maria Marcheno. And then in the next row, it's Garrido for Chile and the UK of James Pinsker. Xavi Ross for Spain, the first of the Spanish drivers ahead of Antoine Hugelin from France. Charlie Summers for UK and Nicolas Riblet in Chile. And then all Spanish row 10. Row 11, Núñez and Mies for Spain and Chile. And then Matteo Ugolotti and also Felipe Ruiz, rounding out your 24 car grid. Ignore that graphic at the end of the Belgian driver, because they're not in this final. But the drivers are all getting themselves set up on pit road, ready for the start of this one. You've done a bit of oval racing in the past, a lot more than me. So what are these drivers going to have to contend with in such a relatively short race?
Well, if these drivers had been watching the Indy race for the playoffs yesterday, they know that these sorts of races with inexperienced oval drivers in that mid and back of the pack, there is the potential for this to go very yellow indeed. So a lot of time behind the pace car. So it does change your philosophy a little bit. You know, you want to be going forward whenever you have those green flag laps in the bag. So any strategy that requires staying out and expecting green flag laps for any extended period of time, I don't think is quite going to work here. So it's going to be frantic action. We'll get a few laps of green and then maybe a caution, a few laps of green and then maybe a caution, just like we saw yesterday at Indy. But maybe these cars just that little bit more forgiving than the Indy cars around Indianapolis. So we'll just have to wait and see. But if we do get green flag running, then the dynamic track is in effect here. So if we go green all the way, which I heavily doubt, then we might see the grippier part of the circuit actually move around.
Oh, ye of little faith here, Connery. Always the pessimist. I'm the positive guy in this commentary booth, and I have faith that these drivers, having made it this far, can then get themselves through this race, although I do think we will get one caution at least. But we're heading towards a start here then. The iRacing.com pace car, the Ford Mustang at the front of the field with these Ford Fusions. All the same car, all the same setups. The pace car jumps onto pit road. Jamie Flug goes early, the green flag in the air here at Homestead, Miami. Down in towards turn number 1. We're going to go 3 wide for third place. And around the outside goes Constantini. You can hold that high line. But through turns 1 and 2 they go there. And the second of the UK cars just dropping back. Patrik Holzmann coming up the outside. To the bottom comes Jeremy Bouteloup for France. Through turns 3 and 4. Jamie Flug making a breakaway early on here. He's trying to get the gap here, Connery, at the front of the field.
Yeah, he is. And if you were looking closely at those UK cars in the start, you could see that they could time when the leader goes So everyone else that has a UK livery on, we're able to get the jump basically on the entire field. That's the benefit of one of your team members being the leader. You can time things on the start. The leader can say, give you a countdown, 3, 2, 1, now I'm going. And then all the UK cars got a good launch.
I could tell you one UK car that didn't get a good launch. Charlie Summers is in the pits and he's looking like he's out of the race already. So absolute drama for the UK at this early stage of the race. Across the line, 3 laps down. Jamie Fluke leading by 0.9 of a second ahead of Benecke. Constantini Holzmann is in 3rd and 4th place. Bootloop and Bicker 5th and 6th as we head on down there. But we're hoping to get a look at what happened for Summers here then. And but shortly we'll get a look at that. But right now, Jamie Fluke, he is starting to lose that little bit of a gap. Here's the replay.
Wallmeier down onto the pit lane as well. So we have drama for the Germans. Oh, it's a black flag. You're not allowed to pass on the inside, on the left side, coming to the start-finish line. So it would be a penalty there being applied to Charlie Collins. Not aware of the oval start and restart rules there. That is a bit of a blunder. But Wallmeier is in his pit box. So one of the Germans has now cycled to the back. I think that's because of a penalty as well on the start.
Yeah, so these drivers, inexperienced drivers, getting caught out by the regulations and by the rules here of this of oval racing. You can go around the outside, you can go to the right side, Connery, before the line, but not to the left.
Yeah, which is why you see people usually crowding up against the wall, at least on that outside line, so make sure no one gets the run on them. Especially important when you know that the teammates of the leader are going to have the jump over anyone else. They won't have the reaction time delay that everyone else has to have. You'll see Wallmeier actually passes his own teammate before the start-finish line, and that's the important thing. If you pass a car before the start-finish line on the left side, you will get a black flag.
Fluke still in the lead for the UK, but Benecke is closing that gap ever so slightly. Constantini we're looking at right here for Italy. 3rd place ahead of Holzmann. Further down your order, we've seen Mies changing place with Carlos Penalosa. That's down for 16th and 17th places in your field here. So car 23 as well. Maria Marchena, Simone Maria Marchena looking to the bottom side of that Spanish car of Xavi Ross. And ahead of them is Diego Garrido looking through turns 3 and 4 into 1 and 2, and Marchena looking to the low side. And that's the beauty of this parabolic oval that Will was discussing beforehand, as we get the live points up on the left hand side of your screen. But that's the beauty here, Connery, of the oval here, that you can run those different lines.
Yeah, and we are coming up to having 7 laps in the books, green all the way so far in this one, and the fields are kind of single-filed out at the moment, so we might actually be this way for a couple moments longer. As we see, I'm currently seeing Charlie Collins trying to fight with Johan Haaf. There they are on the live pictures. A couple of cars trying to search for grip up high, but that might be a little bit too early for that. You can actually just try and get high off the corner and try and get a run down the straight to try and make a pass. That is a valid option due to the outside of the track being much higher because of the banking. You can get the run down the hill, down the straight. But Johan Haaf now peaking below Charlie Collins coming through turn 4. He won't have the speed off the corner though, because of what I just mentioned. They almost make contact into one.
Yeah, and you can see getting up high. Collins has been hit.
He saved it.
He saved that. Incredible stuff from Charlie Collins. He loses 3 spots though. Haaf, Libert and Hijla, and now Alexander Thiebe. So 3 French cars and a German car working their way past Collins. But that was just the bottom car pushing up, a little bit cheeky maybe, and that has pushed the UK driver of Charlie Collins down to 11th. Here's a replay.
What a save from Collins though. You can see the French car pushing up into the side of the UK car. Collins Tokyo drifting it around the outside, somehow able to hold on to that car. That could have easily been our first yellow in this race.
Well, we're on lap 10 of this race. The laps are flying by here. This is what we wanted yesterday. We wanted this type of action in the oval, and I'm going to channel a little bit of my inner Evan Pasoko here. We got side by side further down your order, and that is one of the UK and Ireland drivers UK drivers. That's the second time I've made that mistake. Running through, that was Collins, and with three wide further behind him, and that is Garrido, Marcheno and Ross, and amazingly they all make it through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, Ross backed out of the middle there, so now it's 2x2 between Marcheno and Garrido. The Italian and the Chilean trying to fight through 3 and 4. I'm seeing some of these cars get a little bit sketchy through the sort of late entry to the corner. The car's just not happy, and you can see it again on exit as well. Some cars starting to fishtail around, so it is pretty challenging here at this circuit. These aren't like the NASCARs from the current year where look at that side over, look at the slip angle from Spain. That was absolutely incredible, just basically drifting it through the corner. You will lose speed off the corner though, so the Italian can go down the inside here into the next corner, and that's Ugolotti down the inside of Xavi Ross, but Ross trying to get some speed off the corner. He's wheeling that car around the outside, so unstable, but these drivers are doing well to keep a hold of it.
Yeah, they're doing a fantastic job. Everyone's still running in this race here into 1 and 2 then. They're going to go, and it's going to be Ross holding that higher line. He could carry the speed through that higher line to be able to get the exit off of the corner here. And I can tell you right now that Jamie Fluke has actually pulled away just ever so slightly. He's 9/10 of a second ahead, almost a second ahead of Max Benecke in second place. So Fluke doing a masterful job at the front of your field, controlling things, but further down, still battling going on. Collins and Marcheno into turn 1, and it's Marcheno to the low side. Can Collins get the cutback here? No, he can't.
No, his run stalled out in the middle of the corner then. He's struggling for grip off the exit of the corner. He shrugged off a bit of speed, but not enough to come under threat from Diogo Garrido, who's only trying to bear down on him. You can see the majority of drivers just half a lane up from the very bottom. That's where the track seems to be at its fastest right now. Charlie Collins, Garrido going side by side now across the pit straight. We've got 6 laps to go here. Garrido inside for Chile, trying to gain a couple of points over the UK car, and well, Collins drops back 1 more spot.
Fluke is absolutely checking out at the front of the field. 1.3 seconds ahead now. He has absolutely got the hammer down. So this is Libert and Thiebe going side by side behind them as well. You've got Hijla and Marcheno as well. So Marcheno, we said he's an aggressive driver on the road courses. He's given them a great bit of aggression here on the oval side as well. 4 to go in this race.
We were scared this was going to be a caution fest, but it looks like it's going to go green all the way, unless I've just jinxed it. But we got the side-by-side pictures up there. On the right side, you got Marcheno and Hijlan. You got the static cams there with the number 28 German car, Thiebe, on the left-hand side. As you can see, Hijlan closing into that Italian car. But all the cars actually kind of creeping up the circuit right now, trying to find where is fastest. And as those tires go off as well, it gets a little bit tighter. So now with only a couple of laps to go, it's going to be this main battle, Marcheno and Hijlan, that we're going to be looking at. There are a couple battles up and down the field at the moment, as I'm seeing Ruiz drop down the field. He is not in an incident, he just got completely swamped.
Yeah, he's dropped down the field to 22nd now. So through these turn 3 and 4, Johan Half there. He's got the Chilean driver behind him of Garrido. That's actually Hijlan, sorry, and Garrido behind him as we come across with 3 to go then. Rounds turn 1 and 2. And I can tell you that Thiebe is putting the pressure on both Half and also Bico. So Italy and France coming under pressure, as well as further down car 3, that's Jeremy Bouteloup coming under, putting the pressure on Patrik Holzmann for 4th, as just
creeping underneath the Frenchman there of Half. So they'll go door to door down the pit straight. We've also got a battle further ahead between Holzmann and Bootaloop as well that we need to keep an eye on for the rest of this race. We have about 2.5 laps to go at this point. Bootaloop looking low off of turn 2. He won't have the speed here. He'll have to duck back in line. Maybe challenge defensive to the bottom for Holzmann. His Bootaloop has to go the long way around, up on the banking, almost getting up towards the wall. The safer barrier on the outside there. Try and diamond off the corner. Try and get a run, but it's not a big one at all. White flag is out. We're going to go green to checkered here at Homestead.
Yeah, and it's going to be high line then for Bootaloop, low line for Holzmann. Can he do it? As also we've got battling further back between Thiebe and Benecke as well. Bootaloop looking low, going high into 3 and 4, but we're going to have to look to the front very soon because Jamie Fluke is going to come across the line unchallenged, 3 seconds ahead of everyone else. Jamie Fluke for the UK wins this race. Who's going to be 4th and 5th? It's going to be Holzmann just ahead of Bootaloop at the end. Everyone else coming through. James Pinsker made a move on the last corner of the race to get up to 15th for the UK. Wow, what a race. I said, Connery, oh ye of little faith. What a race and what a performance from all these drivers here.
Yeah, once we got the first couple of laps in the bag, I think everyone just kind of learned from that Indianapolis race in the playoffs, had a look at what their race was like and just thought, yeah, we're not going to do that. Even though the cars were looking very, very sketchy out there today. You know, especially the cars in the mid-pack towards the back where you had drivers with less experience. They were just trying to get the back end out every single corner. But what an incredible race, an incredible pace for Jamie Fluke, winning by 3.2 seconds here, Will.
Yeah, indeed. So thank you, Connery. Thank you, Paul. And yep, Jamie Fluke, well, he's the only Team UK driver inside of your top 10. But look at that. Margin of victory over 20 laps, 3.2 seconds over Max Benecke for Team Germany. Team Italy, Michele Contentini in 3rd place. Patrik Holzmann for Germany in 4th. Jeremy Bootaloop in 5th place for Team France. And then Alexander Thiebe for Germany in P6. It's then Italy, France, the remainder of your top 10. Put the rest of those results up on your screen. Team Chile's highest placed driver in P number 12. For Spain, it is P number 14. Very inconsistent for the UK because they had 2 in the mid-pack and 1 at the rear. And of course, Jonas Wallmeier, all but last. 23rd place in that Team Germany number 71. And what that means is at the points, well, they were at one point mighty close with 1 point separating Germany and France. But now there's 1 point separating France and Italy. As we have a look there at the super slow-mo attempt at a donut there for Jamie Fluke in the number 49 Team UK car. And I'm going to bring Matt Gallagher back in here because, Matt, first of all, I hope you didn't put a pizza in because it still wouldn't be cooked by now.
No, I didn't, thankfully, because, yeah, that was one of my notes, was no cautions.
Yep.
Are you serious? We didn't get much green flag racing at all last time, apart from, well, 1 lap and then yellow flag. Then 1 lap and then caution. But yeah, no, it was a great race. Very, very clear and clean from everybody. And you mentioned about the points. It's so unbelievably close between Germany, France and Italy. And then you've got Fluke with that unbelievable drive, it has to be said. You know, his start was what made that entire race by being able to break the slipstream pretty early, putting in some absolutely amazing laps. I think, Germany started to close in on him, but then he just eked the gap out even more, which is so impressive around an oval where slipstream is key. So Fluke, unbelievable performance from him. But as we move into the next 3 races, which will test other parts of their driving style, I don't imagine we'll see Fluke winning the next 3, especially with the way in which the grids are going to be formed. But Italy still very much hanging in there. And the top 10, apart from the UK, was all Germany, France and Italy. Yeah.
I mean, it's incredible. And this is what you talked about before, the consistency that is needed in this competition. And I mean, for Germany, they had 1 driver at the very rear of the field, but their good consistency out front. kind of helped them a little bit along the way there. But there is now a breakaway group of 3 of Germany, France, and Italy. Then there's a 20-point gap to UK. But if you're Spain or Chile, you're hoping for a miracle at this stage.
You are indeed. And I think, well, hopefully moving into the next one, it's going to offer that opportunity because of the way in which the format is so beautifully poising us for better racing as we move forward. But yeah, you can't really look past that top 3. I'm actually quite glad that Italy are still very much in there as well, because we've been speaking a lot about France and Germany. But the consistency is there at the start. They've got a good baseline of points now. Thank God for Jamie Fluke for the UK team. Otherwise, that would have been pretty embarrassing with the fact that they were first and last in that race, which is not what you want to see. And that's the consistency that they're lacking at the moment.
You know what the funniest thing is, though, Matt? Because of the fact that we talked about, the inverse grid for the second race. We've actually got the UK starting P number 1, Germany starting P number 2, because of this staggered grid system. So it's not a full inverse grid. It's not going to be you take the drivers, you just flip them around. It's staggered. So in simple terms, what it means is that the last place nation, actually I take this back completely, it's the nations rather than the positions. So yes, it will actually be Chile who will be starting P number 1 and P number 7. Spain will then be starting P number 2 and P number 8, so on and so forth all the way down. So I take that back, slow that one away, because it will be Chile and Spain who will basically be on the front row of the grid. But for this second race, we go back to some rallycross racing, where Spain, of course, have had all the trials and tribulations already, but only 2 cars per country will be taking part in this race. So pick your best drivers.
Yeah, they'll be putting their strongest foot forward. We've seen that not all of the roster of drivers are particularly experienced in the rallycross scene. So they'll definitely be, I imagine when we look at the live timings, which is allowed for everybody watching if they want to get more into the detail. But you can see that the iRating changes quite a lot. But with the fact that it's 2 for each team, I imagine it will be very high quality racing and strategy. We love talking about it. I think we'll see again some of these very early Joker laps, maybe later for some of the front teams. We don't know. That's the beauty of it. They could literally do anything.
If you're Spain, you probably have the same 2 people who ran in the last chance playoff, because they did a good job versus Belgium. Of course, they were the ones that took that Joker on lap number 1. We're not running at Atlanta for this next race. I'll talk about that in a moment. But if you're Spain, you might just choose the same 2 drivers because they did a good job despite, well, everything else that was going on around them.
Yeah, if you're Spain, you're looking for the Belgian drivers in the crowd just to make sure that they're not going to throw anything onto the racetrack. But yeah, they had a really good start to it. We don't know how good the likes of Germany, France, and Italy are on the rallycross courses yet. So I imagine they'll still very much be at the front with the likes of Benecke. He's a master of iRacing. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how Spain stacks up, and then we can then think about where Belgium could have been had they been a bit better.
That's a really interesting point. You talk about people like Benecke, the master of iRacing. Jamie Fluke has just won that race. Do you maybe try to rest some of your drivers, deliberately knowing that we've got 2 very intense races coming up for the rest of our finals? And some of these guys actually probably could do with a break right now.
Yeah, you make a very good point, Will. It's breaks, but it's also the fact that they only find out these races and the style of these races on the morning, or maybe the previous evening, if you may have mentioned it.
Oops.
But generally, yeah, it's the morning of the event. So the likes of Benecke, he might be an unbelievable iRacer, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's able to prepare for 4 races in 4 different cars before we go live at 5 o'clock. So I would imagine it would be the case of just kind of saying, right, you 2 focus on the rallycross, you're really good there, you've got some iRating, we'll then keep you out of X, Y, and Z. Well, that's at least what the top teams will do.
And at this point, some of these teams actually could be thinking, okay, you 2 focus on the rallycross because that's where we think your strengths are going to lie. Everyone else start focusing on the next 2 races down in the pile, because we know what the car track combinations are at this stage. And we feel that maybe you need a bit more work, a bit more time to adapt to these situations. So on one hand, this is actually a good point. We haven't really mentioned this. The German team, for example, they actually are teammates in real life. They all used to be a part of Pure Racing Team. They joined Team Redline at the start of 2020. And as a consequence of that, they know each other's styles off the back of their hand. They work together, they train together on a day-to-day basis. That might set them up for an advantage compared to some of these other teams where 363.5 days of the year, they're not teammates.
Absolutely. You have that camaraderie, you have the understanding, and sometimes even in maybe a lesser team or one that hasn't achieved as much, the individuals feel like they need to perform more and try and get into the highlight reels and things like that. Whereas the likes of Germany, France, they understand it's a team game. It doesn't matter if you have to let your teammate behind through. You're not fighting for your career in esports moving forward. So I think that when we go into Rallycross, as you say, it's two people forward, you're putting your strongest feet forward. And Germany have had the strongest lineup. They haven't over the course of 4 drivers, but when we're looking at 2, I would be very surprised if Germany doesn't come out a little bit further ahead after round 2.
Yeah, and the thing, again, I've covered this World Cup of iRacing that used to take place from 2009 to 2018. I covered it 8 years in a row. And one thing that always becomes a factor as you progress through the final rounds is you need to remember that even though 2 or 3 of these teams are not necessarily going to be winning prize money, they are still fighting for country pride. And because of that, they are not going to go any slower. They are not going to allow one of these top 2 or top 3 teams, if it comes to the final round, who are still fighting for prizes, they're not just going to let them out the way. So there's still a lot at stake, and every position is going to matter, especially as for the last 2 rounds, the points grow exponentially.
Absolutely. And for me, looking at esports racers and their careers, you've got to fight for every single position. You're on a worldwide stage. You've got the broadcast like us behind you trying to show off these amazing talents. So for me, even if you're fighting for 25th and you make a great move for 24th at the end, down the line, you pop that in your show reel, you send it off to whatever esports team you want to eventually join. You've always got to give it 100%. And that's something that maybe the younger drivers maybe tend to not really understand until later on in their careers and they mature a bit, that it's all about the mentality as much as it is the skill.
Yep, so let's head over then to our second race in our finals. And this is Sonoma Raceway. Think outside of the oval. Well, we're nowhere near an oval here. We are on the Rally X track, which is 0.93 miles, exactly 1.5 kilometers, 6 turns, and you can see the Joker part is highlighted in blue, which will give you an advantage, but you may only use it 1 time. And also, we want to remind you, we are reminding you constantly for a reason, and this is because we are raising money through this broadcast for UNICEF, who are an incredible charity who are doing work around the world to save lives, in particular in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. There might be some people saying, well, COVID-19 doesn't seem to affect children as much, but let's not forget, children have families, and children, especially in developed countries, are struggling around the world, especially in 2020. Therefore, the organisers, they're asking all competitors and viewers to make a voluntary donation, no matter how small, to support the cause. And when we say no matter how small, if all you have is £1, $1, €1, then even that can make a huge difference towards meeting the target of £5,000 throughout the course of this event. And it could be easier. All you need to do is go to racebot.wtf/donate in order to donate, and you'll be headed over to a Just Giving page. Just Giving, they specialize basically in doing online fundraising. And you might have heard a couple of months ago, we had a 100-year-old man walking around his garden raising £32 million for charity. All that went through Just Giving. So it's a safe and secure online platform. You're not going to get any unwanted emails, and if you're based in the United Kingdom, then you will also be able to claim back gift aid as well, which gives you extra money for the donation that you make at no extra cost to yourself. So again, you just need to go to racebot.wtf/donate, and you'll be taken to the Cup of Nations Just Giving page, raising money in aid of UNICEF. And as Paul Smith will state, as we bring him back in up top right now, it takes you literally 2 minutes to do, Paul.
Yeah, it certainly does. I literally did my donation during one of our pieces to camera right here on the broadcast yesterday. So it's a very simple process, and all this money going to a fantastic cause. And I would encourage you all to help support this charity and to help support people who need the support throughout the world.
Yeah, and Connery, you've just done it. I'm literally doing it in real time right now to prove to you just how simple it is. But also UNICEF, they are a United Nations charity, so we know the money is going to go to a great cause. And also, as I said before, there are people who say, well, children aren't affected by COVID-19. Yes, maybe not as much in a physical sense, but I'm not going to be coming into a whole medical rant here, but lives are still impacted because of COVID-19, especially children.
Yeah, and, in a way, as a result of the whole situation going on at the moment, sim racing has actually got the boost with all the real-life races, having been cancelled. So there's a big eye on sim racing. And I guess this is our way to kind of give back in respect of the whole situation. So, I've already done my donation. Paul's done his. Well, you've done yours as well. I'm guessing, Matt, you've done yours. You're a very nice guy. So there we go.
I'm literally doing it as we speak. Literally as we speak.
Matt is a very benevolent and giving person, is what he is.
Yes. But let's talk about racing once again, because this is going to be interesting. We've got ourselves warm-up underway right now. And Matt, in terms of the warm-up, these become more and more critical, because we're not going to sit around and give these guys hours to prepare. They literally will get, 10, 15 minutes. And in fact, we've got 5 minutes until the racing starts.
Yeah, it's crucial. As I've mentioned earlier, they don't get any time to really prepare for this apart from the morning of the event. So every bit of warm-up, even if it's 5-10 minutes on track, especially from my sim racing experience, it absolutely counts. You just kind of have to reacclimatise yourself to a completely different car to what you may have been used to in a previous round. And God, I can't go from one game to another. And these guys are going from 10 different cars over the course of this event. So yeah, rather them than me.
Yeah, I must say, Paul, it took me 2.5 minutes. I had to wait for one of those one-time codes to use, but it's done. Yeah, 2.5 minutes in that case. But in terms of moving forward right now, Paul, we've already heard the way the rules are going to work. So Chile will basically get pole position due to the fact that they are the last place team. Then it'll be Spain second place, then United Kingdom third place, Italy fourth, France fifth, Germany 6th, and then we do it over and over again until we get our grid. I'm not going to count all the way to 24 because I probably can't count all the way to 24.
Well, it's just 12.
12,
in the race, yes, because of course it's two from each country, and of course, no qualifying for these drivers. We're just going to go straight into the race after the warm-up. One driver that I think has got a huge advantage here is Johan Hath for France. He's a former he was in the iRacing World Rallycross Championship last year, so he's got a lot of experience, especially in this vehicle right here, the Subaru Impreza. So he is going to be one that will be key for France going forward.
Yeah, and final thing I've got 2 things before we head it back over to the guys upstairs. Matt, you never gave me an answer for your little trivia question yesterday. Do you have one?
No, didn't look it up. I did actually think of that at the end of yesterday's broadcast. I didn't bring it up, thank God. Now you have. But my 1 point is actually to continue on Paul Smith. Johan Hath, in practice, 9/10 of a second quicker than anybody else. So that's going to be very interesting to watch out for.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, especially because you'll have to come from towards the rear of the field. Conway, my final thought to you. Do you remember back at Sim Racing Expo last year when we were in that little box, which was about 475,000 degrees? That's what it's like in this temporary box right now. That's the reason why I'm already on shirt number 4. Shirt number 5 will be coming up after this race.
Yeah, we were talking about this before the broadcast with the whole Le Mans 24 minutes with that commentator that changes the shirts all the time. But it's pretty hot in here as well. I have to have my door closed and my windows shut to try and minimize the noise. So it's getting pretty warm, but nothing like we had at the Sim Racing Expo, because that was like a Finnish sauna in there, except we had clothes on.
Yes, indeed. Yes, you never have clothes. You never have clothes in a Finnish sauna. I can tell you that one from living experience. And with that, before we head over to our commentators, Connery Maddock and Paul Smith, first we have a word from our sponsors and partners, Acronis. that was quick. As I say, it's 10 seconds, quite literally. And with that, it's time for race number 2. Chile will be starting on pole position, Spain alongside him on the front row of the grid. But 1.5 for France. They are faster than anyone else by, well, now only about 4 tenths of a second. I say 4 tenths of a second on a track that's less than a mile long. And with that, it's back up to those guys upstairs, Connery Maddock and Paul Smith. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much, Will. And another rallycross round. I'm just in heaven with today's events. It's been a superb day of racing so far here today. We've seen some drama in the last rallycross event, of course, at Atlanta. But here at Sonoma, the reason why I mentioned Atlanta about the Joker lap, about not being able to take the Joker until you've crossed the finish line the first time, is that the Joker lap is here before the finish line at this race. So the first time they go by, they have to take the jump.
Yeah, absolutely. So, drivers just having to keep wary of that. Otherwise, bad things will happen. But we'll get ourselves switched over into the race session. Of course, no qualifying, since we have had the grid set from the previous race with the staggered reverse order, like we've already mentioned. So we'll get ourselves the grid up for you now with Team Chile on pole position.
Yeah, absolutely. So, as you mentioned there, Team Chile then, Rodrigo Mies, pole position ahead of Carlos Fenolosa for Spain. UK with Charlie Summers in 3rd, ahead of Matteo Ugolotti from Italy in 4th place. 5th then, and the guy that's going to have all the eyes on him, Johan Haaf for France, ahead of Team Germany's Alexander Thiebe in 6th. Second half of the grid, Felipe Ruiz for Chile, ahead of Xavi Ross for Spain. Jamie Fluke for the UK, ahead of Michele Constantini for Italy, and Jeremy Boutloup for France, ahead of Max Benecke of Germany. Some big names here, Connery, that we're looking forward to seeing out there. And with about a minute to go, this turn 1 is a very, very tricky turn. You've got a concrete wall to the right of you, and then when it comes round, it pinches up on the exit. That is a key point to get through cleanly.
Yeah, it's going to be a very congested part of the track. In towards turn number 1 on this start is going to be a pretty sketchy affair. Hopefully, we won't have too many casualties coming down through that section for the first time. But you can see the 4 rows of 3 cars. Of course, we've got a couple of stragglers at the back that haven't quite got themselves to the grid just yet. But we are maximum 30 seconds away from going racing in the second round of the finals of the VCO Cup of Nations powered by Acronis. I can't wait to get things going.
Yeah, so the front row, 3 cars, Mies, Fenolosa and Summers. Summers is at a disadvantage on the outside there. Second row, it's just 2 cars in the second row here of Ugolotti and Haaf. And then the third row, it is Thiebe, Ruiz and Ross on the outside. So that's who the drivers are on the front of the grid. But time has counted down. The revs are rising. Everybody getting set for this race. Green flag in the air, and they launch away. Charlie Summers gets a good launch at the front of your field to the first corner. Chile up in the wall. They get contact with Italy. 2 cars off at the back there. Absolute nightmare for Mies and Ugolotti. Another Italian car has gone round. That's Constantini has had drama on this opening lap before the jump. So Italy having an absolute nightmare. 2 drivers to the back of the field here.
Yeah, absolutely. Mies will drop in amongst them. We got a bit of 3 wide out there on circuit. Johan Haaf, Thiebe, we got Ross. 3 different nations all trying to battle it out. Look at the send though from Haaf. He's hanging around for no one. He's the World Championship standard driver in this field at this discipline, and he's just completely and utterly done a couple of drivers there.
Spain and Chile coming to blows, but this is the first time that they can use the Joker lap. There's contact with Jamie Fluke there around. He's going to decide to take that Joker lap since he was facing that way. Germany and France are coming through side by side, and Haaf is trying to cut back on Germany, but here's a replay, Connery.
Yeah, Thiebe was trying to go for the pit lane there. He slammed on the brakes right in front of the German. I have to say, that's on Fluke there. He just completely and utterly brake-checked the German as he was trying to slow down for the Joker. It was a late call to go for the Joker, so it took everyone by surprise, and especially Thiebe was caught up, but now more contact. Thiebe again into the side of Fluke again.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So Thiebe having to now rejoin, falls down to 10th place. So Germany towards the back there with Alexander Thiebe. We're going to have a look at Xavier Ross because something has happened involving him. Oh no, actually we're going to look back at Thiebe then. It was just a send to the inside of Fluke. It didn't work out and he ends up the wrong way, heading back around. But I can tell you at the front, Charlie Summers, 1.6 seconds. Johan Hath at the front as well has got up into 2nd place. So Johan is on the move here and he is trying his hardest to get through and get that lead. He hasn't taken the Joker lap yet. Neither is the leader, which is actually a little bit surprising that the leader hasn't taken it straight away.
Yeah, so Charlie Summers in the front. And it's being bared down on by Johan Hath, because through this dirt section, just look at how much time Hath is gaining. This is the experience behind the wheel of this car in this discipline. It's absolutely crazy how quick he is through this section. We're on board with him now. He can carry so much more mid-corner speed. The throttle, the brake application is perfect from the Frenchman, and it's only going to be a matter of time before he gets by Charlie Summers here. I don't know if you can defend this if you're Charlie.
I would head on to the Joker if I was Hath, and that's exactly what he's doing here. He wants to get ahead, so he's got a clean lap, so he can just pound those times in to jump ahead. Xavier Ross, or is that Fenalosa, sorry, heading on to the Joker for his Joker lap now, up into 3rd ahead of Jeremy Bootloop. There's also Max Benecke right behind them, going to the inside. You can get a slowdown penalty if you go too much to the inside there. We had a car around, and so that was Fenalosa. That's what happened to him just a few moments ago. So drama then for Carlos, and well, he's back up and running, and he's in that 3rd spot.
Yeah, he is. Look at this tight affair in and amongst there. Benecke and Bootloop. Benecke into the back of him. A bit of shouldering going on. You can tell Bootloop was trying to give Benecke a shove to say he wasn't too happy about that. All's fair in love and war in Rallycross, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. Is through the go then. So Benecke up into 5th place. Jamie Fluke right with Benecke. So even though Fluke had those issues at the start of this race, has been able to come right up into the battle here. But half ahead of Summers by 4.4 seconds. It just grows by the second. We've got standings on the side of the screen here. Of course, not absolutely minute by minute live, but it just gives you an idea of what the point standings are at the moment. And France in a commanding lead right now ahead of Germany. UK moving up in that table, so the UK giving a good showing so far here. But as we're heading towards, we're into the second half of this race now, and you can see the French driver right in front of us. That is Jeremy Bootloop looking for that 3rd place from Carlos Fenalosa. Oh, Fenalosa off! He's gone off into the undergrowth. I don't know where he's going. You can't get through that wall there, Carlos, as he just seemed to lose control of the car.
Yeah, the car just didn't want to get out of that slide. He made a mistake beforehand there, but he gets into this corner. He gets up onto the grass here, and he's trying to get that car back, but it just keeps wanting to turn left. And he's out into the grass behind the tyre barriers as well. And he made contact with someone trying to rejoin, actually. He went straight into Ugolotti, spun him round.
Oh, now the stewards will review that. I can guarantee you that. That's for sure, because they have reminded drivers in this race, do not be careful on your rejoins. It wasn't the that's not great, is that? Let's just put it at that, shall we say. But lap 9 already of this race for your race leader then. And he's just been absolutely dominant at the front here as Johan.
Yeah, it's to be expected. He has more than twice the Rallycross I rating than his nearest competitor, Felipe Ruiz, who's currently in P9. So, yeah, I think we kind of all saw this coming. Johan Hart, this is his event. He competed in the World Championship last year in the Rallycross discipline. So, you know, this is his playground, and he's proving that almost 6.5 seconds ahead of Charlie Summers, which is a gap that you don't often see in Rallycross.
No, you certainly don't, and he has been utterly dominant here. Starting the last lap then for your race leader, but we're looking at Chile then up against Germany, almost in the wall there. Great car control that as they go up and over the jump right now and through the finish gantry there. That's where they finish the race. They start the race in a different location, but well, Chile just running wide there, allowing the Spanish driver to get in. But here's Johan Haaf for France then. What a dominant display here in this rallycross event. He's going to come across the line to win this race for France. Second place for the UK, as long as he lands right, and he does. That's Charlie Summers. We've got more drama with Chile and Spain involved further down. That's Fenolosa and Ruiz. Charlie Summers second for the UK, and France with Jeremy Bouteloup in third place. So really, really good result there for France, finishing first and third place. But Connery, once again, rallycross, the series that keeps on delivering.
Yeah, well, it's quite chaotic and quite a bit of carnage, at least on the first lap. But Team France coming out on top. There's a late race tangle there between a couple of cars. That was one of the Chileans and one of the Spaniards.
Fenolosa and Ruiz.
Yeah, Fenolosa and Ruiz. There. That was right at the back of the field, P9 and P10 at the end. So, yeah, they're just scrapping for a pittance of points. But good performance, obviously, from Team France. They only get the race win by by a dominant margin, but they also finish in third place with their second car. So that is a huge points haul here for France. Decent job from the Team UK as well.
Absolutely, and with that, we will hand back to Will with quite an exciting race that was, I must say.
Short and sweet. I can make some comparisons, but I'd get into a lot of trouble. Year and a half for Team France and winning. Look at that. 8.7 seconds over a race that lasted, 10-15 minutes maximum? Charlie Summers second place for Team UK. Team France, Jeremy Bouteloup third place. Max Benecke, Team Germany fourth. And Jamie Fluke for Team UK, rounding out your top five. Highest placed Spanish driver, Xavi Ross in P number 6. Michele Constantini, the highest placed Italian driver in P number 7. Team Germany's Alexander Thiebe in P number 8. Team Spain's Carlos Venezuela in P number 9. And then Felipe Ruiz for Team Chile in P number 10. And the remainder of your results, there's only 2 more this time. Is there? Nope, there's not. We're not going to show you the last 2 results. We're going to show you some donuts instead for Team France. And that is Johan Haaf winning them. And that is, I'm going to bookmark that one right now, Matt, and say that is going to be the most dominant victory of the competition, period.
Without a doubt, Haaf was in a class of his own. His fastest lap was 7 or 8 tenths quicker than anybody else at any point during that race. So as we move on to the last 2 races, I'm sure that there won't be, as you say, that massive gap that we just saw. And I think Rallycross, especially with the fact it was such a short race, the staggered grid and the reverse grid really gave some opportunities to some of the teams. UK being one, Charlie Summers having a great race after a really disappointing first final race. And we can see the points there. UK actually now ahead of Italy and really putting themselves in the mix when, you still got 2 races to go. The staggered grid as well is going to give you a preferable grid position over the likes of Germany and France ahead of them in the point standings. Don't write them off.
There was a track by a band called M People that talked about moving on up, and I think that's what the UK just did there, moving from 4th up into 3rd place. Italy, I mean, let's be honest, Matt, they had a dismal performance. We saw they were in the wars, and that's what the kind of 2 cars only at a rallycross track actually means. If you have a bad performance, it's amplified compared to the other races.
Absolutely, and the nature of that track and those cars, it can so easily go wrong in the first couple of laps when they're all jostling for position. Fortunately, as we move on, that's not going to be the case, and it may be a little bit more calm and composed. But I've said that now, I imagine it'll be the complete opposite But now they have to make up the points. They have to really make some inroads as we go into this third race, because they're starting to lose sight of France, who again are looking very strong indeed. But quick shout out to Benecke. We've mentioned obviously his 11,000 I rating and master of iRacing, but he's always there. He's always getting points for Germany, no matter what class, what discipline, what track. He's still getting those points, which could prove crucial when we go into the final race.
Yeah, you're right. And I've got this note on my screen talking about how France versus Germany, for some people watching, this is closer than they may have expected. But these are the two tracks that some would argue that Team Germany might have struggled at a little bit more. Coming up next, we've got GT racing, which we know, especially because these drivers for Team Germany, they are GT specialists from their time at Pure Racing Team and now at Team Redline. This is where we expect them to shine, and I could almost, say they might even get a 1, 2, 3, 4. They probably won't, but if there was to be a race that they were going to dominate, this would be the one. The last race, however, actually isn't as clear-cut as people think it might be. And I want to go back in history, back to the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. And a certain driver called Jeremy Boutaloop was one of these drivers that really stood out for me one year at Spa, because he managed to work his way from P26 all the way up to a podium position. So even though the Formula 1 race in the Williams FW31 is last, and some people are thinking, oh, okay, we're going to see the top drivers come to the top, actually, France were in a better position in terms of driver talent and driver history compared to Germany and the drivers that they have, who are more GT specialists and should be better in the next race.
Yeah, and that's exactly. I guess the pressure is off when you swap it. So, the likes of Germany are expected to get a 1, 2, 3, 4, as you say. But if they don't, if France somehow manage to mix it in with them, maybe with this staggered grid, there's going to be a few incidents which Germany have already got involved in the group stages, and they haven't been able to show that bulletproof consistency that we were expecting. I'm really looking forward to it. It's round Le Mans, of all places, which is going to be very interesting to watch. And then you've got the Williams FW31, which I've done quite a bit of racing in myself, and they're so difficult. And especially when you're going from a GT3 car to an F1 car, you have to feather that throttle so much more.
Yeah, one of the highlights of my sim racing career, and it's not a very big highlight, really, I'm not going to lie to you, was once I was able to get within half a second of Martin Cronke's pole position time at Williams FW31 around Phillip Island. And that's about as good as I was in that car. I used to enjoy driving it around Zandvoort, and apart from that car is an absolute beast to drive. The way that the tyres, how to respond, the way that you've got to be careful in throttle control. And of course, when we get to that race, we'll talk about the fact that it's going to be even more crazy because of the downforce settings. But as we progress over to our next race, and I think you did the perfect bookend there, we go to Circuit de la Sarthe, and this is a track like no other. We've talked about, some of the most important racetracks in the world. We've talked about Spa. We've talked about the likes of Indianapolis. We've had Homestead, which for many years has hosted the final round of the NASCAR Championship season. But this is Circuit de la Sarthe. This is Le Mans. It's a track that, only hosts a handful of races every year, most of them over the course of one weekend. And it's one where the tagline for the event is basically just mythique. And I think that that's the perfect way to talk about it, Matt, because there's no other way to describe this track apart from absolutely flat out, crazy, awesome, inspiring, and there's no better track in the world to go GT racing at.
Absolutely not. If we get a boring race here, I will eat a hat. No, I won't. But I think that we're definitely going to get an amazing race. The only other racetrack that I think rivals it is the Nordschleife in terms of just the pure brutality of this circuit. And with the fact that there is now more points up for grabs as well, 75 points for a victory when you've got the likes of 30 for the last race and 40 for the race before, it means that performances have to come out the bag now. And, we said that Germany might have struggled in the last couple of races. They haven't got the points that maybe they were hoping for. They have to get up there in the top sort of 5 or 6, because even if you're in 6th place, you're getting 57 points, which is a huge haul. or maybe I didn't count that, 53 points. But either way, there's a huge amount of points up for grabs, and we could easily see a massive swing, even for the likes of Spain or the UK. They could very much get involved as well.
Our Commander-in-Chief, Hugo Louise, he's been working on race control and then also in the graphics department. He's had the dreaded Windows blue screen of death. I mean, literally that blue screen of death. And he will be back, we promise. But in terms of this race as well, it's a 25-minute race. I'm doing the maths here. It's about 4.5 minutes a lap. So we're only going to get about 7-8 laps around this racetrack. But it is going to be a case of having to think about when you want to make your moves. And I've got a feeling that this race, more than any other, you're going to see these teams having to work together. And you might even see people dropping back on track a little bit to allow their teammates to catch up, to work in the draft tandem, compared to, just trying to go for every position possible. Because quite frankly, I know Team Germany are going to be working together. Team France, they seem really well glued together. They're going to be working together. They're all at a very similar skill level. The only way to get consistency, in my opinion, is to almost form up into a battle pack and work together and then hope that you're in the right place when you get to the final lap.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of shuffling in the first, I was going to say couple of laps, but it's such a long lap that it's not really going to be that long. Yeah. 25-minute around Circuit de la Sarthe is not something that you usually see. So it's going to be a really intriguing thing to see whether they're all just going to be fighting hammer and tong to try and get that track position, or as you say, they may see a couple of guys behind that are just lagging away, maybe just missing out on that slipstream, just to bring them back into it. Because, you could easily fall off a front pack, but still gain from the slipstream and then help your teammate from behind that maybe is lagging a little bit further away. It's going to be intriguing to watch.
Yeah, I've just been told, by the way, it's 20 minutes, not 25 minutes. But
even less.
Yeah, with the way the white flag works, in fact, that might make it closer to having to do another entire full lap. And I've also had the misfortune in years gone by of the way the iRacing white flags come out. I called a white flag at the end of the race and they did another lap. So who knows? We might end up with 24.5 minutes anyway. But in terms of this race, and of course, we're running the Audi R8 LMS GT3. Now, in terms of all the GT3 cars that exist on iRacing, this is what we'd like to put in that kind of middle ground. I remember I was commentating and directing on the Spa 24 Hours on iRacing a couple of weeks ago, which was also partnered by VCO. And there, it seemed to be that the McLarens were always the fastest if you could keep them on the racetrack. The BMWs were fast, but at the same time kind of almost boring to drive. The Audis was that kind of one in the middle. But the difference between the Spa 24-hour race and what we got today is that these drivers cannot work on their own setup. So they have to deal with what they've been given, and I'm hoping, like everyone else is hoping, they've got a long gear stack in that car.
It's going to be interesting because a lot of the teams will focus on one car when they go into a 24-hour race, and the handling is so much different compared to maybe a Ferrari to an Audi. So it really does depend on whether, and I think it'll be quite evident very soon into the race, which drivers are really comfortable in the Audi and how it behaves. As you say, it is a middle ground. You don't really expect it to be top-notch in one particular area, but I find it quite easy to drive, but then I'm not these guys, so I imagine when they're on the absolute limit it'll be a little bit different. But yeah, I think that as I say, it'll be very evident to see which teams are comfortable with the car, and it tests the adaptability. We love going on about it, but not from the actual moving from car to car, but being able to adapt to what you've been given in that Audi.
Yeah, and again, we've also got the staggered standing start. Well, the staggered I'm going to say that one, I'm going to get it right. The staggered grid. There we are. Third time lucky. The staggered grid once again. So Chile will start on pole position. Spain in P number 2. Italy P number 3. The United Kingdom P number 4. Germany P number 5. France in P number 6. And rinse and repeat. And this time we will get to 24 cars. So Chile and Spain will have some form of an advantage. But the point I made earlier on about trying to get your cars together becomes harder when you haven't got the qualifying. So what you've got to do is hope that the fastest drivers that you have can negotiate and work themselves through traffic early, which, let's be honest, is doable here more than the other tracks we see.
if anything, I think the staggered grid is a disadvantage starting at the front. You don't want to be the front of that pack going down the enormous straight around this Circuit de la Sarthe. So, yeah, as much as Chile has got an opportunity at the front of the pack, I don't imagine when we get round to the Porsche curves, for example, that they'll still be leading this race. But there's no excuses in terms of the Chilean team. They have the opportunity. They need to put in some tactics. They've got the talent. Both the commentators were saying that they are very much the underdogs, but they've got the potential. And this staggered grid really does give them the opportunity to showcase that. So, yeah, I wouldn't want to be the front of that pack. If anything, starting sixth or seventh with maybe a 5-wide slipstream isn't too bad.
Let's have a look at those points once again, by the way, because that will give you an understanding of where we are after 2 races in the finals. And if you're just joining us, first thing that's worth noting is that we had ourselves the group stage yesterday. Fifth place with 50 and Chile in 6th place with 34. It's worth noting that 3 of those countries here, Matt, are in the same position as they were after the group stages, because France led after the group stage, Germany was 2nd after the group stage, and Spain were 5th after the group stage. Random fact of the day for you.
Lovely work. I wonder if that will continue the trend as we move on. But yeah, it's exciting. I like the fact that France are ahead going into this race because, as you say, Germany are the favourites, especially for this 3rd race where they could easily haul in 250 points if they lock out the front 4 positions. But right now we have a tasty proposition on our hands. I'd still like to see Spain, after their horrendous calamity that they had to go through in that rallycross stage, to really bring the fight to the likes of Italy and the UK. But I'm just praying as a racing fan, as an esports fan, that Germany don't completely dominate this.
Yes. And whilst we've got a couple of minutes, we'll kind of go off the beaten track for a moment. The answer to your question yesterday, by the way, Matt, was Kit Kats. It was Damon Hill's wife who handed out Kit Kats in the pit garage after realising that Jacques Villeneuve had retired from the race, because at that point, of course, they couldn't drink champagne whilst they were still working on their cars.
Kit Kats, so it's not a bad snack.
Yes, other snacks are available, of course. I have got another trivia question for you when we get ourselves to the final race of the championship. We're going to do this one live to make sure that you don't cheat and go on Wikipedia for that one. But how's the experience been? Because, of course, this is, you say that you're a sim racer, you've been sim racing, you've been doing this stuff for years. How is it like to be on the opposite side and being a part of the Raceport family, as we call it, for the weekend?
Yeah, I just love talking about racing games, no matter what position it is, whether it's racing and me talking or if it's me having to talk about racing. It's always been a passion of mine. I've always dreamed of being able to do things like this. So the fact that I'm able to come and join you and the rest of the team has been awesome. Obviously, it's great to be able to host this on WTF1 as well. It's for a great cause. And I'm really excited to see how esports develops after this horrible situation, no doubt that's been happening in the world, but esports somehow has been a shining beacon in all of this, and it's great to see how many more eyeballs has been able to kind of just the people that thought, it's just a game, and then they'll tune into something because their kid or whoever or their friend said tune in, and then they actually realise there's a hell of a lot of broadcast effort that goes into this, and it's quite a good watch.
Yeah. I mean, for example, I'm not going to lie to you, I haven't had a day off since about the middle of February, when the things started getting a little bit, okay, we should start doing some contingency planning. March, April was a complete write-off. May was a write-off. I mean, we've worked with some great partners over the last few months, both in Europe and America. But it's been incredible. And I think that you're right. The next 6 months to a year to see how that momentum can go forward. And we've got to say thank you, of course, to both Acronis, of course, as the presenting sponsor of this, but also to VCO and Williams Esports for jumping on board and in many ways actually bringing back from the dead what was one of my favorite weekends worth of commentary of the year in what was the World Cup of iRacing.
Absolutely. For me personally, I just love the fact that Formula One teams have taken this rather seriously, just this esports world. Williams, I was lucky enough before coronavirus hit to go to their esports facility that they've got within their HQ, and it's unbelievable. I couldn't believe the amount of sims there. They had a whole hub set up. And I was stood there thinking, my God, if I was maybe 5 or 10 years younger, I mean, even now, but more so if I was younger, I would have been hid in a candy shop, not knowing what to go on first, what to play on first. And it just shows that as much as it's taken a little while for people to understand the benefits and the advantages of esports in this motorsport community, it's getting there, and that's very exciting.
Yeah. At this point, I'm going to bring back our two commentators, Paul Smith and Connery Maddock, because Paul's been badgering me for about the last 15 minutes now. You have a random fact about Circuit de la Sarthe.
It's a random fact that I bring out every time we run at Circuit de la Sarthe to give a perspective as to how big and how long this circuit is. The Mulsanne Straight is the same length and distance as the Sebring International Raceway. And we always consider Sebring to be quite a long GT track. This place just blows it into the water here, because that Mulsanne Straight is just unbelievable, and that's the reason why they put the chicanes in the first place.
I was going to say, it's the exact reason why the FIA decided that, we've got a maximum length of straightaway that you're allowed to use now, which I still think silly in some ways, because, I mean, to be fair, the Mulsanne, if you're going to have a crash at the Mulsanne, it's always going to be a big crash at the Mulsanne. We've seen some over the years, and the one that always stands out to me was Mark Webber's crash, for example. Was that actually on the Mulsanne, or was that on the bit on the run to
on the crest?
That was on the
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we've seen some huge crashes over the years at Le Mans, and we've also seen some great racing at Le Mans. And Connery, my biggest heartbreak is always going to be Toyota with a lap to go. I don't think that, I mean, we've seen it in Formula One. We've seen a lot of things happen over the years. But for Toyota, the amount of work they put in, I mean, that is still going to be my biggest heartbreak ever at Le Mans.
Yeah, and even if they were able to get around and complete a lap, they would also have to do the cooldown lap per the Le Mans regulations as well. So, that was still heartbreak for Toyota there.
Well, they did do the lap, didn't they? They just didn't do it fast enough, because the ACO, in their infinite wisdom, decide that you have to complete the last lap in a certain amount of time. Otherwise, you're not classified as being doing the remaining 23 hours and 50-odd minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we won't have a situation like that here, thankfully. Yes. But there was a patch to iRacing that might have fixed some of the timing issues that we have seen before. But we're going to have to wait and see if that is completely confirmed, because we don't want to, like you at the 24 wheel, where the white flag came out and then the race didn't end. And there's also that one World Championship race that we're probably not allowed to mention.
What?
But,
There's never been that incident.
That never happened. It never happened.
It didn't never happen. But
Matt's looking at us right now thinking, what are you guys talking about?
I won't mention it didn't happen, so who cares?
Yeah. Maybe through the sim racing grapevine it might have got to him. But with all that aside, though, I'm looking forward to this. It's going to be. I mean, I know you said, Will, that the Team Germany would be very, very competent here in these GT cars, but at Le Mans, where the draft is so powerful down the Mulsanne, they're going to be kept in check, I think.
Yes, more than anywhere else, I'm going to say. So it's going to be interesting, and we can say it at this stage, because there's only 2 tracks left. Le Mans is one of them. The other one is Monza. Of course, Monza originally was going to be the track that was used...
You're not going to live this down, are you?
The track that was going to be used for the semi-finals. But... because of the fact that I'm an idiot, actually, I'm not even going to say I'm an idiot. I asked the question, is all of this unembargoed? The answer was yes. And then before I knew it, it was embargoed again. But the tracks have changed. So now, instead of running at Monza earlier on. We ran at Silverstone, and that means that instead of running at Silverstone for the last race in the Williams FW31, we're instead running at Monza. But what that does mean, Paul, is that, first of all, you know, Silverstone in the GT car, always fun. Monza in an FW31, that means low downforce, and that means anything can happen.
It's going to be a slipstream race, and we've seen over the years on iRacing, and indeed throughout the history of Monza, what finishes at that track can be. Of course, the closest ever Formula One race, the victory, the closest ever time between 5 cars, was scored right there at Monza. So, you know, it's a place that can give you really exciting close finishes, and I don't know whether my voice will cope with that, because it usually breaks when we get to the end of a race like that.
And also, you say, of course, the closest involving 5 drivers. Not, I mean, we've got to remember, Matt, that, you know, the 2 Ferraris at Indianapolis did try in 2002 to make it even closer, but they failed miserably.
Yeah, they did. It's going to be quite interesting to see how that all unfolds, because I really love being in the F1 car, personally. I find it a huge challenge, but one that I feel like if you put enough effort in, you can master to a certain degree. And Monza, what a finale that we have on our hands. I'm just praying, and as I said before Paul and Connery joined, that Germany don't dominate this. And Connery's now given me hope, but then he also gave me hope that we weren't going to have 15 cautions yesterday. So
did anyone actually count up how many cautions there were?
I want to know how many laps there were done in that race. That's what I want to know.
More than an IndyCar fuel tank. So more than 33 laps, that's for sure. We'll
let you know using the hashtag VCO Motorsports. And actually, that's a good point to segue over. Look at these segues. They're even better than Lena's Tech Tips. Live timing and scoring is available /RaceWhatTV /Cup of Nations. Hashtag VCO Motorsports. Twitter @Cup of Nations Sim. They're doing some great work, lttstore.com, in terms of getting your updates throughout the course of the competition and beyond. I will say, this is not going to be the last Cup of Nations. This is not the last event that is going to be put on in partnership with Williams Esports. There are more big plans underway, but unlike the sponsor of a certain energy drink, I can't say anything for right now. But we are looking forward to having some great action with them. And again, we are raising money in support of UNICEF, which is, of course, a United Nations-based charity. At the last time I refreshed my page, we're up to £2,140 of our £5,000 target. So thank you to everyone who has donated so far. Again, if you live in the United Kingdom, you can gift aid your donation, and that means that basically you get yourselves almost another 25% of that donation free of charge, thanks to Her Majesty's government, who provide that in gift aid. Of course, make sure you read the terms and conditions. But we are raising money here for UNICEF UK, for every child in danger, as a part of our broadcast. And again, Matt, it is great to not only be having fun on these broadcasts, but also raising some valuable funds as well for a really worthwhile partner.
Exactly. We've seen over the last few months loads of events that has been going on for all sorts of amazing charitable causes, and it's great to be a part of yet another one. And you know, it's been an incredibly tough time. I don't think any of us here, anyone watching, thought that we'd live through a pandemic that came out of the blue, and it just, when you look at all the suffering that's going on, to do little bits and bobs here and there, you know, it counts, and it makes a huge difference. Some people may think that a £2 donation will not take something very far, but that may be a small step towards something that we can achieve with the charity. So please give as much as you possibly can. I know it's tough times out there, but even watching the stream is supporting. So thank you.
Indeed so. And again, thank you to everyone who's donated so far. I say we're at £2,140. So our producer, and we're not allowed to quote him, but I'm going to ad-lib it, thinks that there was 10 cautions and 45 laps, which makes about sense, because it's normally 4 laps for a caution, but then we had the kind of administrative issue, I'm going to call it politely, that we had along the way. So that was a long race. We'll talk more about that in a little bit, because we are now almost ready to go racing at Circuit de la Sarthe Le Mans. It is the home of endurance racing, but not today. Instead, we're going to be running for 20 minutes around this track in the Audi R8 LMS GT3. And at that point, Matt and I are going to say goodbye for a little while, and it's back over to those two guys, Connery Maddock and Paul Smith.
Thanks very much, Will. And yes, so 20 minutes of action around Circuit de la Sarthe, and this is a fantastic venue. It's a challenging venue, but it's got its unique challenges of using that slipstream, and really these drivers are going to be pushed to the limit. We'll get the thoughts of Connery in just a moment, because the grid will be starting to set. It is going to be a rolling start here, so we will get time to just get quick words from Connery in just a moment, but we will be able to bring you the starting grid here then, and we have got 2 minutes to get that done here. So it is Chile then who are on pole, with Rodrigo Mies ahead of Pedro Albert from Spain in second place. Matteo Ugolotti from Italy in third, ahead of James Pinsker from the UK in fourth. Fifth place for Jonas Wallmeier in the Germany car, ahead of Antoine Higelin in Team France car. Then the next Team Chile car, Felipe Ruiz ahead of Marco Nunez for Team Spain. Simone Maria Marcheno, a man who knows his car very well, for Team Italy, ahead of Charlie Collins from the UK. Patrik Holzmann of Germany ahead of Samuel Hubert of France. Nicolas Rubler ahead of Carlos Fenolosa for Chile and Spain, and then Alessandro Bicco and Charlie Summers for the UK. Alexander Thiebe, Germany, in 17th, ahead of Jeremy Bouteloup for France in 18th. Diego Garrido for Chile in 19th, and Xavi Ross for Spain in 20th. 21st for Michele Constantini of Italy, with Jamie Fluke 22nd for the UK. Max Benecke for Team Germany on the back row of the grid, along with Johan Haaf for Team France. So Connery, we've had the thoughts there of Will and of Matt going into this particular race then. Slipstream, it's going to be key. You mentioned it as well. It's going to be vital around here.
Incredibly vital. That's what at least the cars at the back of the field are hoping, that have been hurt by the reverse grid. Because remember, you got Max Benecke starting 23rd. That's on the final row. Johan Haaf, 24th. Jamie Fluke, Constantini, Xavi Ross, all fast drivers in these sorts of cars, all having to work their way forward from the very back of the grid. So they're going to have to try and pull off some slipstream passes down the Mulsanne straight to be able to get themselves towards the pointy end of the field. And they can't really risk the field having separated and to not have that draft coming down the Mulsanne. So a lot of things to talk about in this race as they pull off behind the Porsche pace car, with Rodrigo Mies in the seat that will start this race. He's on the right-hand side there, leading the pack around for Team Chile. You've got Pedro Albert from Team Spain also on that front row. Ugolotti and then Pinsker will be the Italian and the Brit on that second row. So, well, they're weaving. They're trying to get temperature into those tyres. You can see all the activity going on with the overhead view. Brilliant views brought to you by both, of course, Tyler Maxon and Ayuna Kankapati as our production team behind the scenes, at least in-game. But, yeah, Paul, this is going to be amazing.
It certainly is. The drivers just working their way through the Porsche curves then. And this is a daunting part of the track here. Really tricky. Normally you have the cars quite trimmed out for all the straights, as that makes it very sketchy through these corners. But yeah, definitely these drivers will be working their way through there, getting as much temperature into the tyres, using accelerating and braking as well to try and get heat through the brakes into the tyres that way as well. The iRacing pace car is driving along, waiting for the pace car to pull off to the right. And the tricolor, the flight overhead, giving you the French flag Says green on the screen, but we have to wait for that pace car to pull in through the Ford chicane. This is going to just spread these drivers out just a little bit. Pace car pulls in, and it's up to Rodrigo Mies to get on to the power. Green flag in the air then, and away we go for 20 minutes of Circuit de la Sarthe in these Audi R8s. Down towards turn number 1, and then the Dunlop chicane for the first time. And it is Chile ahead of Spain. Big moment for one of the Chile drivers further back. And your race leader, your pole position sitter off. There's a Chile car in the wall. And there's further Chile cars having issues as well. So 3 of the Chile cars falling down your field at the start here, Connery.
That's a disastrous first corner there for Team Chile. Multiple cars involved in different incidents. You saw your race leader go off into turn 1, and then there was issues further back with a couple of the other members of his team as well. So that is not ideal for Team Chile. They were looking to try and hold position, especially with that pole sitter, and try and get some good points at the end of this race if they're able to hold on. But now they're going to have to do the opposite. They're going to have to try and get back through the field after having an absolutely disastrous start. James Pinsker and Antoine Higeland are going side by side down the Mulsanne at the moment. But before we get to that, there's the issue for Team Chile. 1 car off in the mid-pack, 1 car off at the very front, and another car off even further back. It's just, I don't know what's happened there with Chile.
Well, what I can tell you at the front of your field then, it is Spain with Pedro Albert who leads this one ahead of Jonas Wallmeier in second place. They've got a little bit of a gap between them two and Team France's Antoine Higeland, but the race leaders are going side by side down the Mulsanne. I think we're going to get a few instances of this down here as Jonas Wallmeier for Team Germany to the head of the field. Spain second, France third, the UK fourth and fifth. Pinsker and Collins together here, so they've had a storming start. Collins up 5 positions at the start here. Ugolotti for Italy in 6th place ahead of Holzmann for Germany in 7th. What a start here, and Collins and Pinsker are just swapping positions there, working their way through to try and gain themselves a bit of extra speed, because this is going to be a key thing here, Connery, is working together to help each other pull closer to other drivers. There's a Spanish car further back, that's Xavi Ross, having issues at Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, so he's one of those drivers that start at the back of the field because of the staggered reverse grid, and we'll get to see another look at it, see what's happened. It's contact with one of the Italians. Big slide for Ross, heavy into the wall as well. Luckily, these are mid-engined cars, so he's not going to be down on power after that. He might have a bit of aero damage that'll affect him on a straight line, but that was pretty square into the wall, which is if you... Oh, that's Wallmeier off.
Yeah, Wallmeier into the gravel. That's going to affect you down into Arnage for the first time. Compromised line through Arnage. That gives Albert the best opportunity to get the run out of the corner. And you look at it behind. Higeland and Collins are pretty close together as they head towards the Porsche curves for the first time. Ugolotti and Pinsker as well. 5th and 6th place for Italy and the UK. They are battling it out, but the Porsche curves for the first time, everybody needs to just settle themselves down into a line here and get themselves through the Porsche curves. They'll be feeling that aero wash. And look at the lead. Jonas Wallmeier is just pulling at the front now. He's gapping out the rest of them. He's getting the hammer down. He wants to try and get a gap at the front to break that slipstream.
Yeah, this could be great for Team Germany. But even if he does make a gap here, maybe the couple of cars behind can work together, slipstreaming down the Mulsanne to try and slingshot past each other and bring that race lead back into contention. But Wallmeier's done a very good job here. Out of the Ford chicanes for the first time to complete lap number 1. The order is Wallmeier, Albert, Higeland, Collins in that order. So Germany, Spain, France, and the UK. We'll get the replay again of the Chile issue. As you see, leader off, car off, and then Rubila. That is a weird incident there. Into the tunnel of chicane. I think he saw his 2 teammates go off ahead and kind of panicked.
Well, the cold tyres through there, it's not easy to go flat out through there on the start of the race. And I think he's just got a slide on there, couldn't save it, and ended up into the wall. He's on pit road at the moment as room player, so absolute nightmare for the Chile team, because you've got Ruiz and Mies in 23rd and 21st places as well. Garrido's down in 19th as well. So absolute nightmare for them. But Pedro Albert now has lost 1 second to Jonas Wallmeier at the front. You can see the point standings updated as they are. Germany and France ahead. The UK still in with a shout of it, but Germany just getting a bit of a break. But you can see this battle in mid-pack down the Mulsanne. And that is one of the UK cars with damage to the rear wing. Charlie Summers will be affected down the straights here, and that's crucial here.
Oh, but Constantini almost went into the door of his teammate there. Marciano is all going to get very close. Don't dare go 3 wide down here, boys. Let's keep it all in order. 2x2 is fine into one of these chicanes, but they're all close, so that any difference in the braking points here, there could be tears. Charlie Summers moving off to block the line from Marciano. This is a little bit further back, actually. There we go.
Forward.
Yeah, this is further forward, actually. I was going to say about further back involving similar countries.
Yeah, absolutely. So you look at the drivers involved here, and we're heading down the straight then. Italy, Spain involved in this. France, there's Germany they're involved as well. It's Holzmann, Pinsker, Bico, Nunes, Fenalosa, Hischler off at the Mulsanne corner. He's had an incident down there at Mulsanne. He was in 3rd place. He's now all the way down to 22nd here, Connery.
It was an incident with Ugolotti. Ugolotti didn't have anywhere to go. I think Hischler gave him the squeeze towards the outside, and Ugolotti trying to keep his car within the white lines. I think Hischler has a bit too much of a squeeze here. We'll get to see it on the replay then. On the brakes, that French car coming across, squeezing the Italian. The Italian trying to keep within the track limits of the white lines, and well, that's tough for France. They're going to lose a ton of points, but I think that was their own doing.
Yeah, I think that was absolutely, but yeah, as they head on out of Arnage once again, you can see Jonas Wallmeier just going out of the shot there. It's Pedro Albert and Charlie Collins then 2nd and 3rd, Spain and the UK. Then it's Matteo Ugolotti for Italy in 4th place, ahead of Patrik Holzmann 5th for Germany, and then the 2nd of the UK cars in 6th. So we'll be keeping an eye on how this all pans out in terms of the points. But already, we're almost at the 8-minute mark here. This is absolutely flying by here, Connery.
Yeah, it's absolutely frantic stuff. There's 2 of the Chileans there getting very close, coming through the Porsche curves. But they all get it in order, and it should be clean for them coming through this section. They are being followed very closely by Xavi Ross, though. Meanwhile, we are jumping around a little bit, because there's Charlie Collins trying to fight for P2 over Albert now, and heavy over the curve.
We've got 3 cars involved in an instant. Mies, Ross and Garrido. They've all stopped on my timing screen. They've got going again as Ross and Mies. Garrido's taken a tour back to the pit, so we'll hopefully be able to get a look at that, see what has happened between those drivers. In fact, here we go then. So it's 2 of the Chile drivers. Oh, and it's just lost control. Nowhere for the Spain or the second of the Chile drivers to go. And that's heartbreak then, Xavi Ross. It's all gone from bad to worse for Spain and for Chile in this race here.
Yeah, Chile, I mean, this entire final stage hasn't gone their way. You can just see it on the points. 49 points, where everyone else is over 200. So I think there's, well, even mathematically, there's not going to be a chance for them to bring home the prize at the end of the day. So it's going to be the rest of them duking it out for that, I think, if the points work out that way around. But you can see now, as that is, what is this battle here? It will help if we pull up the numbers, as we see jumping around Italian trying to go down the inside of the Spaniard there.
So that's second. Charlie Collins has moved up to second ahead of Pedro Albert. So UK ahead of Spain there. And Matteo Ugolotti in that Italian car is in fourth place, trying to make some money moves here, trying to move forward. And that's exactly what he's trying to do here. Don't forget, they're all fighting to be champions. But not only the champions, the podium positions are prize playing positions as well. So they all want to get as high up as possible. Here goes Ugolotti up into third place then, ahead of Albert. So Albert, in the space of the first two parts of the Mulsanne, it's lost him 2 spots here.
Yeah, and this little battle here involving Pinsker in the middle of it. Benecke, he started P23. He's up 13 spots up into P10, but will it be lucky 13? Can he increase that number as he sits in the draft of Pinsker here? Attempt to score more points for Team Germany here. Down the inside goes Benecke at Mulsanne. Pinsker will give him the space there on the inside, and that allows the Frenchman of Bootloop to try and take the opportunity. They lean on each other coming through Mulsanne, and that's going to be yet more lost points to the UK.
Yeah, Nunes and now half make their way through. So Pinsker has gone and lost 3-4 positions in that one move there, and it's going to be Spain and France alongside Matteo Ugolotti for Italy, up alongside Charlie Collins and up into second place. So Ugolotti's gone from 4th at the start of this lap. You can see the number 4 in his windscreen. That doesn't change until the pit straight. He almost ended up in the wall there at Indianapolis, but through Arnage, and he carries on. And he's up into second place as Ugolotti for Italy. France with a couple of drivers further down, Bootloop, and also half there involved with Marcos Nunes. That's a battle for 10th, 11th and 12th places here.
You could also see how much dust that was being thrown up into the air by people pushing wide out of Indianapolis, going out into the gravel trap. So, that's going to be a bit of a concern there. Really, really pushing the limits at that section of racetrack. You can see the Spaniard being chased by one of the Frenchmen there back in the pack. I'm seeing 2 Germans get close as well. There they are on screen. That's Thiebe and Benecke. And Benecke, well, the body language of his car suggests that he really, really wants to get through on his teammate. And I think Thiebe might let this one go because, it's better to keep your teammates happy, right?
Well, let's just say Benecke on his last lap was a 58.8, Thiebe a 59.6. Benecke is up 15 spots from the beginning of this race here compared to the 8 of Thiebe. So Benecke is on a charge here at the moment. Alessandro Bicco, by the way, has got the fastest lap on this lap here. A 57.696 is that lap time. We've got 4 cars on pit road. Oh, no, sorry, 4 cars that have been on pit road. One that's still there, which is one of the Chile cars. The other cars were involved with the 2 Chile cars and the Spanish car. In fact, no, it's all the Chile cars that have been on pit road then. Ruiz, Garrido and Mies have all ended up on pit road. Absolute nightmare for them here in this one. But look towards the front, second and third. They've lost Jonas Wallmeier. That's 2.3 seconds. They've lost the draft. These 2 need to be working together here with 7 minutes remaining to be able to try desperately to get some sort of gain up for them.
Especially Collins, because the UK versus France, they're tight on points for P2, but they can't let Germany gain a huge margin coming into the final rounds of the finals here. So they're just trying as much as possible to get scraps of points here. I'm trying to look to see where the rest of the UK team is at the moment. Looking up and down my list, we see Pinsker P13 dropped from P4. Jamie Fluke has made some good progress up to P14 though, and Charlie Summers in 17th. So there's a lot of UK drivers in the mid-pack.
And it's just updated now, has the points of France up to second place in the points as Italy third and the UK fourth. But Germany have pulled out an absolute margin on the live points here as we're almost 3 wide further back there. That was one of the Italians, and that was Marceno on Jamie Fluke there. Fluke deciding that he didn't want to end up out of this race, let Marceno through him, so now Pinsker has got Simone right behind him.
Yeah, And, well, now it's France that is the closest to Germany at the top of the pile. So they're really scrapping out with the UK here for second place in the points. But like I said, they can't afford for Germany to be able to hold a huge points buffer into the final round. And you can see there's a gaggle of German cars. There's a good couple of Frenchmen in this train as well. So this little group here could really have a big swing in terms of the points, because if the French cars are able to get to the front of this, then they'll get a ton of points over your first place runners right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Ugo Lotti and Collins, though, still battling away. UK versus Italy. You've got Italy and Spain right behind them battling as well. Bico and Albert is going backwards in this race here. So Bico is there in 4th place now, ahead of Albert. So that's been a change of positions. And Patrik Holzmann, he's right there for Germany. He's wanted to get his way past Albert as well to try and gain themselves some good points here. Further back, though, we'll look at this because Benecke, Lebert, Thiebe, Half, Nunes, who we're looking at right here, trying to battle with Half, but Jeremy Boutloop behind him, just sitting, waiting to pick off that Spanish driver and to get his team some well-needed points in this this penultimate round of the finals.
Yeah, so it all comes down to this. But where will what is the time going to be when Wallmeier crosses the line? Because it's going to be very close. We're coming up to 4 minutes to go, and it's just about 4 minutes on the lap time. So he crosses the line now with 4 minutes.
I
think
he's going to get 2 laps.
Yeah, we might get 2 laps.
This is going to be a really interesting finish to this race here, because, well, I mean, the drivers will be fueled up because it is a fixed setup here, so they don't need to worry about that. But it just gives more opportunity to these drivers to be able to make some moves down the Mulsanne, down towards Indianapolis as well, heading towards the Porsche curves. So we'll have to keep an eye on the timing here and see whether we do get the white flag next time around. Johan Half, 10th place, put the pressure on Alexander Thiebe, who is in 9th, and France could really do with making some moves on these German drivers. Yeah,
I think they have to now. I mean, you can't guarantee whether this lap will go one more, but it's a safe bet. It's the more conservative bet, shall we say, that it'll go one more. But right now, as Fenalosa looks to try to make a move here on Pinsker, this is points where Britain, Team UK, they can't really lose these points at the moment if they want to keep into contention for the top spots. Samuel Lebert, though, has just been mugged by 2 cars. One of them, his teammate, Thiebe, was actually made his way through. So the Germans are still trying to control this race. And you can see France and Italy in 2nd place. It's a dead heat between them on points. Yeah, absolutely. So those two duking it out at the moment in 2nd place in the standings, the live standings here. As you mentioned there, though, Lebert losing those positions, but we look as well. We've got that battle between... And do you know what? I've just realised something. Jonas Wallmeier is a lot closer to these drivers to 2nd and 3rd place. So has he made a mistake on this lap? Because he was actually slower. He was way slower.
The last lap.
Half a second.
But he was on pace though. Was Jonas? I think he's trying to back it off to try and make this the last lap.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past him. He doesn't have a lot of a margin to do it because this battle pack for second is only 1.1 seconds behind him. So, well, Charlie Collins is 1.1 seconds behind him. So he can't afford to really back up a little bit too much here. You can see that Collins is going to gain a lot more of the draft now. You see Ugo Lotti there looking to try and make a move. These drivers still don't know whether this will go one more or not as Ugo Lotti goes for the move around the outside of the kink of Indianapolis. And now he is the inside line. Might be able to gain this position. Collins looking for the cutback here off and get the speed off the corner. Again, Ugo Lotti going very wide. We've seen that as a characteristic of his driving through that section. And they've now lost time on Wallmeier. So Wallmeier will be very thankful for that. As the car off in the background, I think it's a German. Yes, it is.
Yep, so that is one of the German cars. We'll get a look to see who that was. as Holzmann.
Have a look then. On the curb. Oh, yeah, these Audis sometimes don't like the curbs, and getting all over the entry one for that one. So you see Jonas, Wallmeier, 30 seconds left on the clock. So now this will be the interesting situation. Does this lap go one more or not? There are some drivers that would desperately want it to go for one more, and that is his teammate there of Holzmann, who's being hounded by a Frenchman at the moment. But Jonas Wallmeier through the final forward chicanes, 10 seconds left remaining. Ugolotti is trying to give chase at the back there. There's a car off as well. But Jonas Wallmeier across the line. Checkered flag is out. The race ends here, Paul. And now it's going to be a confusion behind to see if there's any passes made in the forward chicanes. Yes, they are. Samuel Lebert loses out to his teammate, and Thiebe there coming through. It's a huge gaggle across the line here out of the final corner. And wow, it's going to be quite a while for us to sort this out and get the points updated here. And a couple of other stragglers at the back of the field just now coming across the line, but Lebert lost out a huge amount there. He gets cycled back a good couple of spots, and of course we had that late race drama with Holzmann as well, having an issue. We'll get ourselves the replay up. This was the battle for P2 as Collins had to go across the curb and across and cut the track there. And he'll have a slowdown penalty coming to the flag here. But does he lose position while trying to serve that? He's weaving like he's celebrating, but you just have to be careful about serving the slowdown penalty there. But the penultimate race in this championship is now done. We have our results for Le Mans before we move on to the final round here, Will.
Yep, thank you very much, Connery, and to Paul once again. Well, we almost had another lap as well for racing, but it seemed to be that Jonas Wallmeier wanted to just get out of France and get ready to go to Monza. He wins by 1.7 seconds over Matteo Ugolotti, who claimed that second place over Charlie Collins on the final lap of the race on the run down through Indianapolis. Alessandro Bico coming home P number 4 for Team Italy, and Pedro Sanchez Albert coming home in P number 5 for Team Spain. Then it's Germany, France to round out your top 10. So all 4 of the German cars inside of your top 10. It's not the 1, 2, 3, 4 you kind of predicted coming into this event, but they get a huge margin in the point as a consequence. Moving on to page number 2, and you note the fact that in P number 11, you have Lebert for France, Nunes for Spain in 12th place, Fluke 13th, Marcello 14th, and Pinsker P number 15. Note the fact that in these entire top 20, you do not have a single car from Team Chile. They had 3 cars involved in an incident on lap number 1, and there you are. P21, 22, 23, and 24, all classified as out of the race. And, well, that's a huge shame as we bring back in Matt Gallagher from WTF1. We'll talk to him in a moment, actually, because the points are up. And look at that. Second place, France and Italy. 1 point between them right now. Germany on 338 points. France on 263. Italy on 262. UK 223. Spain on 160. And Chile on 47. But let's start with Chile, Matt. A horrific race for them.
I don't think they, in their worst nightmares, they could have foreseen that, especially when I was saying they had no excuses. They're starting on pole due to the staggered grid formation that we're using, and it could not have gone worse for them in the first couple of corners. You see the pole sitter just looked like he just went wide on the curb, then the car unsettled, he goes off. Then you have a teammate flying into the wall behind, then behind them you got... It was... Yeah, I actually felt quite sorry for them because all of their hopes were dashed in the first couple of laps. It's a 20-minute race around Circuit de la Sarthe. There's always things that you can potentially get back there, but most of their cars were either damaged or they were completely out of position. And, well, any hopes of them finishing in the top 3 has been completely squandered.
Yes, completely. And it is a huge shame. I always say, by the way, like in Indianapolis, it's always survive lap 1, then go from there. At Le Mans, it's survive through Tertre Rouge, then go from there.
Yeah, and they didn't do either of them, which was quite horrible to see. I think France threw away a few points as well in that race, which is probably the first time that we've seen them struggle. And then you look at the opposite side, you have Germany, where finally, and I was hoping it wasn't going to happen for want of competition going into the final race, which we still have. There's still opportunities for them to be overthrown, but all of them in the top 10 is an unbelievable performance. Benecke was seeing off people left, right and centre, showing exactly why he is one of the top rated drivers in the esports scene. And yeah, they've come away with maybe a 70-point margin going into the final race. Still can be overthrown. Anything can happen in those Formula One cars, especially around Monza. So I'm trying to remain positive.
Yeah, and you talk about the fact that anything can happen. At one point, France were down in P number 4, and I was typing up my notes, and I saw France were down in P number 4. Their start wasn't great, but they recovered really well. So their tenacity was incredible. And France and Italy now are separated by just 1 point heading into this final round at Monza. But as someone just said in our production feed, turn 1 at Monza, anything can happen. We'll talk about Monza in a bit more detail in a moment. But for France, I mean, you've got to say that they really did show tenacity for the second half of that race.
Yeah, definitely. They very much had the attitude of all is not lost on the first lap. I think you had the UK up in P2 at one point, which was a big surprise to see that when they had a couple of cars in the top 5, which, I mentioned before the race, how big the points haul can be in these last couple of races. So all is not lost. Again, we're going to have Chile on pole for Monza.
No, you're not.
Oh, you're not?
No, qualifying changes for the final round. It's back to whoever's fastest.
Yeah, I should probably read what's on my screen right now. Yeah, so it's actually qualifying, which, well, there you go then. So Chile probably aren't going to be on pole after the very little momentum that they're going to have into this last race. But yeah, so that's going to be very interesting. And I think qualifying, especially in the Formula One cars, that really shows the people that are comfortable in those cars. You either get it or you don't in the Williams FW31.
Yeah, you know what, Matt? For once, I'm the one correcting someone, because I've been corrected many times over the course. Don't say this. You're wrong with that. You're wrong with that. You messed that one up. So you get that one as a free pass from me. But in terms of that battle for 3rd place, 4th place, Italy are currently in a prize-paying position. I will talk about prizes in a moment's time or so. But the United Kingdom, after being P number 2, now outside of a cash prize at the end of this one. They've got a lot of work to do heading into Monza.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. I imagine they may not have known the complete live standings every single lap of that, but when they watch this back, they'll probably think, what if they do end up finishing P4 after this final race? But they've, not for me anyway, but maybe for some people, surprised in terms of their performance over this series of races. And considering they nearly didn't even make it into this final, to now be kind of sitting on very much the outskirts of a prize-paying position, I'm sure it's one they'll definitely take.
Yep, but with that, we head ourselves over to the final of our races for the weekend, and it is the legendary Monza. And we are going to be heading ourselves now to drive in the Williams FW31. There's a look at the Monza track. 11 turns, but arguably the most complicated and the one that could cause all the headlines will be the first, the one at turn number 1. The first and second chicanes were actually reprofiled in the year 2000, possibly because of the fact that the year before Mika Hakkinen decided to have a crash and then a little bit of a cry in the woods afterwards. But it's gone from being a very fast opening chicane to a very slow opening chicane. But anything can happen down there. Curva Grande into the second chicane, then the 2 Lesmos, and then the Variante Ascari down at 8, 9, and 10, which apparently there's corners on this track. Curva Grande apparently isn't called Curva Grande anymore, but no one wants to call it the new name. We round it off with the Parabolica turn number 11 at the end. And, well, Matt, for most of this broadcast, I feel it's always hard to say, go and donate lots of money whilst talking about prizes. But I think now is a good time to actually talk about what is at stake for this final race and for the finals, because there are £7,500 on offer here to the first, third, and third place nations overall. So the first place nation will win £4,000. It's basically £1,000 per driver. Second place nation, £2,500, and the third place nation, £1,000. So this race, literally, they are racing for pride, for country glory, and for money.
Absolutely. And I think, if Germany are the ones to win, hopefully they'll be flying into the donation box as well at some point. But it always adds to the drama a little bit more when there's money on the line. It also means that they're maybe not as polite when they're fighting on the track, because you see esports drivers going, "Oh, great race, mate. Oh, sorry, you took me out." As soon as something's on the line, it changes everything. And I think this last race, we could see a few emotions flying high on social media afterwards.
So we are in the Williams FW31, which is the car that was used in the 2009 season. And unfortunately, Williams didn't get a podium in this car. They almost got a podium. And here's a trivia question, Matt. They almost got a podium at the Singapore Grand Prix. Do you know the reason why they ended up not fighting for a podium at the end of the race?
You love to throw a curveball on me, don't you? Jesus. Yep. Why they didn't? I'd rather just say I don't know rather than guess horribly. So I'll leave it to somebody to answer it for me.
I'll give those two upstairs a couple of moments to think about.
They're Googling it.
I can't even remember what the question was, to be honest.
That's fine. I'll tell you what, the answer is very simple. Ralf Schumacher basically went wide out of pit road and got himself a drive-through penalty. Otherwise, he could have got himself a podium. It would have been.
Why would anyone remember that?
Because random facts. The highest place finish the FW31 got was 4th place, by the way, which the Williams got twice in that season. I am talking some partial idiocies here about Ralph because I am stupid, but we are talking about, say, Monza at the same point, and we can talk for hours and hours and hours about what is going to happen at turn number 1. The thing which is going to be important, though, Matt, is that they on a low downforce setup. And to those people who are new to sim racing, the Williams FW31 has 3 different aero options: high downforce, medium downforce, low downforce. And in the history of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, 95.627% of the time, they all ran the high downforce setup.
Going to be a difficult one, that's for sure. And I think the main problem for these guys coming into this race is that the Formula 1 car is extremely fragile. So any sort of nip on the front wing, any kind of wheel banging can cause a puncture, can cause you to fly off into the gravel. And it's not as easy as saving it in a NASCAR or, having a bit of wheel banging in rallycross. This is a completely different kind of patience that they're going to have to show in that first lap. Survive it, see where you're at, and pray for the likes of France that Germany have had a poor start.
Yeah, and hope that you're not out of the race down at turn number 1. Reminder, Germany lead of 338 points. France, 263. Italy, 1 point behind. UK at 223 points. Spain with 160 and Chile with 47. Commentary for the final of our events here today will be after this message from our partners at Acronis.
Well, here we are then, Monza, the final race of this VCO Cup of Nations in partnership with Acronis. My name is Paul Smith, alongside me Connery Maddock. For the final time here this weekend, Connery, we have got action, nation versus nation, and it's all on the line now.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Germany holding the advantage into this final round of the championship. They are in the best seats in the house to be able to take this, but it is not done despite the points margin that they have. So something Will said before we handed it over to us. turn one, the first chicane at Monza could very well decide this on the first lap, depending if we have an absolutely almighty smash into there, as is what happens sometimes in sim racing at Monza. But before we get to that point, we do have an actual qualifying session, so no reverse staggered grid this time around. And whoa, look at Marciano through the first Lesmo there, getting the back end out of these cars, and these cars can be very, very tricky to keep in one, keep pointing in the right direction.
Yeah, these cars bite, certainly with this low downforce setup. Heading towards Variante Ascari now, and this is one of my favourite sections of track around here at Monza. Using the curbs out wide, down the back straight towards the Parabolica, one of the most iconic corners in the world of motorsport. Tight to start with, and then it opens up on the exit. And what you'll see these drivers do is just try and carry the speed as much as possible, then cut across the right-hand side. Marciano then puts a time in. I could tell you that Max Benecke is the fastest in this car so far. Lap times coming in thick and fast for us then. So Benecke, top of the standings at 24.6. 1 minute 24.6, only 900ths of a second faster than Patrik Holzmann and Alessandro Bicco in third place for Italy. So Germany on the front row at the moment, but there's plenty of drivers still yet to put lap times in here,
Islan up into pole position. We'll get to see it up on screen just as our graphics update, and by a 1/10 of a second over Benecke as well. So the French cars now coming to fruition. We've got Johan Harth getting himself up there. Leibert is also their boot loop. So basically, the French have all 4 of their cars inside of the top 10 here. That's going to be brilliant in terms of their qualifying effort. But, you know, we still got a couple of flying laps to go.
Certainly do. Benecke we're on board with then. Exit of Ascari, heading down towards the Parabolica, final corner. Scene of so many last lap moves here through the exit of this corner, and the drive through to the start and finish line. Across the timing line he goes, and does not improve. But what does improve?
Whoa.
Well, it does improve his time, but Patrik Holzmann to the top of the standings, 24.3. Samuel Leibert for France, second place with a 24.3 as well. Alexander Thiebe for Germany up to 5th place now. Oh, Jamie Fluke for the UK now up into 4th. The times are coming in thick and fast. Michele Constantini now for Italy. He'll want to get a good result here. Comes across the line, goes 10th as Constantini. I can tell you that Spain with Albert moved up to 15th. There's still 5 drivers who have not set a lap time yet. Fenolosa, Ugolotti, Ruiz, Nunez and Ross as well. So these drivers definitely are pushing the limits of this car, and it'll be great to see whether it's that lap 2 that's going to be the fastest lap, however the lap 3 is going to be even quicker here.
And Patrik Holzmann 300ths of a second faster than Samuel Leibert, as is the gap at the very front there, as our graphics sometimes have an issue dealing with it. But Jamie Fluke from Team UK, he's just outside the podium positions right now. On the grids, and out of the Ascari chicane, trying to get that run all the way through, but Samuel Leibert back up to pole position, but Benecke pips him to the post. That is incredible stuff, and now Fluke through the final corner. What can he do from P6 now? Yeah, the lap times have been coming in thick and fast here then on lap 3. Lap 3 is a good one. Fluke across the line. What does he do? He improves his time but does not improve in position, so it's staying as it is right now. Charlie Summers for the UK moving into 19th. He was one of the drivers who was struggling. Antoine Hichler to the top of the standing. A 24.2 ahead of Max Benecke. There's some drivers here on this grid who have previous experience of this car, and I think it's showing here, Connery. I'm not seeing any other drivers on. Well, I'm seeing actually Fenolosa and Ruiz on laps, and these drivers are both drivers that have not got lap times just yet. So this is their last gasp attempt across the line to be able to get themselves a representative spot on the grid. Fenolosa, his lap will be invalid, so he won't be able to improve position from the final row. Ruiz now, last one across the line. Is that a valid time? Yes, it is, but it's only enough to go last of those cars that did set a time. So Fenolosa will have to start from the very back of the starting grid. But what a crazy qualifying session there.
Well, you say that, but oh yeah, Fenolosa is on lap 4, so yes, he is done for his laps then. So crazy lap times. Look at the. I want to just draw attention to the timing screen here. By the way, timing is available. Racebot.tv/Cup of Nations is where you can catch all of that to keep up to date with everything happening in this race. The top 16 cars covered by 1 second.
Yeah, that is incredible stuff, especially in a car as difficult as this car can be. You can see that drivers, they've put in a decent amount of practice into these cars. I know, for example, Team UK, because we have access to all the driver chats on the Discord, they were betting on this track being with the Williams, and they guessed right, and it seems like that practice has paid off.
Absolutely, but we will be seeing in about a minute and a half the final grid. We do have to wait for that process to finish before we get the grid up on screen. So, thoughts then, Connery. Turn 1, the Rettifilio, the chicane at the start of the lap. That's going to be. We usually see an incident into there. Let's be honest about this now. Hopefully, everyone can make their way through that on lap 1 and give us a good show. But the Della Roggia, the second chicane, also is a place on lap 1 where we do get incidents happen as well.
Yeah, we do see that quite often as well. Especially if drivers felt that they know the first chicane is going to be super dangerous, so they're going to be, quite tentative into there, trying to give space to their competitors. But then that all goes out the window when it comes to the second chicane. So it's that's the reason why we do see some incidents coming into the Della Roggia. You're absolutely right, especially if you get a good run out of the first chicane through Curva Grande as well. If you can set up for the pass there. So if we don't see a lot of crashing in the first chicane, we might see a lot of crashing in the second.
And of course, we saw plenty of slipstreaming going on at Le Mans this last race. Well, this one you're going to see plenty of slipstreaming again, because that is what this circuit is all about.
Yeah, it is. Of course, it's a massive topic when it comes to the real-life Formula 1 series. The cars with the strongest engines, typically doing pretty good here. But thing is, in this, all is equal. They're all in the Williams FW31, and they all have the same setup as well. It's the same. It's the fixed setup, so you can't change any of the wing angles. You can't reduce them even further to try and go fast in a straight line. You can't change the gearing either. So, as Kimi Räikkönen says, it's the same for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're getting ready for the start then. It's France and Germany on the front row, and France and Germany on the second row of the grid then. Hichlam, Benecke, Libert and Holzmann. Then Jeremy Boutloop for France again. So 3 French cars up there in the first 5 positions. Fluke, the first of the UK cars, in 6th place. Alexander Thiebe for Germany, 7th, ahead of Alessandro Bicco, the first of the Italian cars, in 8th place. Johan Haaf for France in 9th, ahead of Michele Constantini in 10th place for Italy. Charlie Collins for the UK, ahead of Jonas Wallmeier for Team Germany. Xavi Ross and Pedro Albert, the all-Spanish row there. The first of those cars, disappointing for them. Simone Maria Marcheno down in 15th for Italy, with Nicolas Riblert, the first of the Chilean cars, ahead of his compatriot in 17th place, Garrido in Chile as well. Matteo Ugolotti, 18th for Italy, ahead of 2 British drivers, Summers and Pinsker. Back 2 rows of the grid here. It's Marcos Nunes for Spain and Rodrigo Mies for Chile. And then Felipe Ruiz also for Chile, the last of the drivers who set a lap time. And Carlos Fenolosa starting right at the very back of the grid with no lap time. But we've got 44 seconds remaining here in the gridding process. You can see all the drivers waiting patiently for the start of this one. Cold tyres, cold brakes, V8 engines, naturally aspirated, no DRS, no KERS available to these drivers. It is just simply how they do behind the wheel and get that best result for them here in this final of the VCO Cup of Nations in association with Acronis and in aid of UNICEF, also our partners there at Williams Esports as well. It's certainly been a brilliant event. I've certainly enjoyed bringing it to you all. One more race to go then. Drivers looking to the gantry, waiting for the green light. Away we go then, and it's a great start from Max Benecke. The initial launch is superb. Along comes his German compatriot Patrik Holzmann to the inside, into the Rettifilio for the first time. Hard onto the brakes. Will everyone make it through here on lap 1? Everyone seeming to work their way through, and it's good to go so far as they exit now through Curva Grande for the first lap. It's a 20-minute race here in this race. And Benecke is already pulling away. France into Antoine Higeler looking to the inside. We've also got France and Italy fighting further down at the second chicane at the Della Roggia. Everyone behaving apart. Oh, Nicolas Rubler for Chile has gone off at the the Della Roggia, should I say. Garrido has dropped down as well, but they're heading down out to the Lesmos now for the first time towards the Ascari chicane here, Connery, and we've got plenty of side-by-side action because it's France, France and Italy, and also France and the UK as well.
Yeah, France trying to gain positions on the start, but what a start for Max Benecke on that front row, but in second place. He just made complete mincemeat out of Antoine Higeland coming down into the first chicane, and now there's a bit of scrapping as Alessandro Bico trying to get by Samuel Lebecq here. The Italians still really think that they have a chance here all the way to the pit wall. Michele Constantini, oh, they almost make contact again as Lebecq tries to defend position. Now he's going to try and overtake Bico here on the way into the braking zone. Bico is slow, side by side between the two Italians, but Constantini will give him space.
Yeah, he certainly does. So it is Germany, France, UK, France, Italy, and France in your top 8. But we've got battling further down as well. This is Spain and Germany that we're looking at through Curva Grande. And a bit of weaving, bit of a wiggle there in towards the Della Roggia. Second time through here. A tricky one. Oh, we got action further forward as well as UK with Patrik Holzmann losing the place to Jamie Fluke. So Fluke has moved ahead of the German, and that'll be helping the UK's efforts here. But look at this pack racing here. Germany, 2 Italians, a UK and a Spaniard. That's not the start of a joke, I can tell you, but overall standing so far, Germany waltzing away with this at the front, but it's that battle between France and Italy that's really intriguing here. Oh, yeah, Charlie Collins! Charlie Collins is dropping down the order on my timing screen. I don't know what's happening. Oh, he's gone wide at the Ascari.
Yeah, this is meaning that UK will probably drop out of contention here as for the top 3 spots. As it's a solo car mistake. Car just broke loose through Ascari, heavy into the wall. Into that tyre barrier as he goes, and I think he'll have to bring that car down on towards pit lane to get some repairs done. But look at that, 3 wide into the chicane. That is incredible. How have they been able to make that one work? The Italian through on that little group of cars there.
That was Bico.
Yeah, it was.
So Bico up into 4th place, an absolutely sensational move down the middle of Lebecq and Patrik Holzmann. Holzmann is dropping down. He must have got some floor damage or something that's slowing him down on the straights here, because he is dropping back in the order at a rather rapid rate.
I'm trying to have a look at his car. I've got some angles to be able to work with. I'm not seeing any damage, at least on my side. There can sometimes be a disparity.
It might be the underside though, which we can't see.
Yeah, right under the car where we can't see it. But at least externally right now, I can see that the car is flying. It's just maybe just not performing as you expected. Jonan Half, though. Half down the inside of Constantini, just as we go back to the replay, as we see the view of that 3 wide, because, wow, Bico is losing out on the pace into that chicane, but he was so deep on the brakes that he was able to get back right in contention, splitting them down the middle.
We've lost Marciano. Marciano, you see him in the background of the shot there. He's around at the Ascari. That's the second driver in 2 laps that has had issues at the Ascari chicane. We'll get a look at this one then. So Marciano, he's wide through the first part of it, clips the curb, and that just spins the car around into the wall. That'll have done some form of damage to the diffuser in the rear wing and to the suspension. But we're back up with live pictures then. And it is then Benecke for Germany at the front. Hijlar for France is second. Jamie Fluke for UK in third place. We've got battle further down here between Spain and the UK. And it's really, unfortunately, we're in the era of F1 where they didn't give us nice big numbers on the side of the car so we can see who it is that we're talking about.
Yeah, but the 2 Spaniards up on screen for you now. Albert with his teammate there. Just trying to gain some consolation points right now for Spain. Maybe even try if it's a miracle, to get into one of those prize-paying positions, P1, 2, 3. But for now, they solidly reside in P5. But if this race has more drama, then there could possibly be a change in that one. But we've got just under 15 minutes left to go in this race, and you can see everyone getting single filed out at the moment, but still, as this is Monza, really sitting inside the slipstream as tries to go down the inside there at the Parabolica over the German, and Germany, well, they can't afford to lose points here, and especially with how close France are.
This is Alexander Thiebe then battling with Albert, and they're going to go 3 wide down the straight, 3 wide down the pit straight, and Xavi Ross is going to be the one going to the inside, gaining 2 spots. His compatriot Albert trying to go around the outside on the exit of the Rettifilio. That gives you a little bit of a better run into Curva Grande. We've had Carlos Fenalosa around at the Rettifilio as well, so drivers having major issues with this car here, Connery. We get the replay up on screen.
Yeah, Fenalosa into the Rettifilio. Oh, just too heavy over that second curb. You can see there's the sweeping policeman there as well, and it's, you know, the curb before you even hit them is also pretty vicious as well, so there's no wonder why that car looked so upset. Look at this defending though on the way in down the hill, back up it towards the Ascari. You got to avoid the bump in the middle of the circuit as well, which is why you see some drivers swerve to try to avoid that, you know, especially in these cars where you ride so low to the ground. But it's great battling here.
Yeah, Johan Haaf, this is battling with Patrik Holzmann, and I said he might be a little bit slow on the straights, might be suffering a little bit of floor damage, but he's brave into the corners, is Holzmann, and that's allowed the Italian of Constantini now to put the pressure on Johan, and we could be going 3 wide once again down the start and finish straight. Johan Haaf goes to the outside, Constantini to the inside of Holzmann. Haaf cuts across, he chopped the nose off, forget about slamming the door shut. That's just absolutely just hitting the guy in the face and saying you're not coming through, and that's a place gained then for Haaf and Constantini. Constantini's put the pressure on ahead of them, however. Bico and Lebert as well, they're battling it out, and this is crucial between these 2 teams because France and Italy, they're battling it out for second place. Germany, however, they are actually getting closer of France to Germany if they didn't have these little moves of Italy moving past, because Bico ahead of Lebert and Haaf really struggling to keep Constantini behind.
Yeah, the French are really going to be frustrated with the Italians at the moment. Italy quite rightfully looking for points over them to move up 1 spot in the standings. Look at this, almost side by side into Ascari as Bico trying to hold on over Lebert. Lebert will have a little bit of a better line through Ascari, but doesn't gain too much. He'll still sit within the slipstream towards the Parabolica. Bico forcing him to go the long way around here. This might bring the rest of the pack back into contention if these guys are taking compromised lines through the Parabolica. And now Lebert, again, still trying to follow his man very tightly. Now down the pit straight. Bico towards the pit wall over the white line, and now here comes Lebert around the outside. The rest of the pack follow him in the slipstream here. Lebert, can he go late enough on the brakes? No, as VCO is so good there with stopping his car and has crashed behind.
It's Constantino and the Spaniard getting involved in there. That's Xavi Ross, and Constantino's got no front nose. That's going to be a pit stop for him, but still at the front then Lebert and VCO still battling it out for 4th place, and Lebert having to just yield for the time being into the De La Roja. But here you can see Half. Now Johan Half has
more
been
problems.
a bit of a move.
Thiebe has a problem.
Alexander Thiebe, has he? Yes, he is. And there's another car off. It's Charlie Summers as well.
Oh, this car's going off everywhere. Constantini goes wide. He has damage, of course, as a result of that incident that he had. But Thiebe was trying to fight with Ross into the De La Roja, I believe it was. Yes, it was. Thiebe around the outside. Ross trying to cut back in line, just punts him off the circuit.
This could have huge implications at the top of the board. Don't forget, there's the contact then. So, and Ross, good grief, he went for a wild ride there. I'll tell you what, he'll be glad that he's not in the real car. And you could see the UK driver behind losing control as well at the chicane. But my goodness, we need to take a breath. Yeah, the points, it's getting closer. Germany are struggling here, and France are in a very good position. 2nd place, Antoine Hugelin for France. 5th and 6th place and 7th place for France. But they need more. They need more from Germany to lose positions, but they also need their drivers of Half, Boutoup and Lebert to try and get ahead of VCO.
Yeah, they really do. As VCO trying to gap the rest of them at the moment. He's done pretty well in doing so. Half and Lebert close up to each other in that situation, but you can see them on the live pictures right now. That Italian really trying to extend the gap, and right now doing a good job of it, like I said. But with the final 9 minutes of this race still left to run, there's still so much that can change, especially if Thiebe, for example, has damage and dropped more spots.
I could tell you that Holzmann and Albert are pretty close together. Holzmann can't afford to lose any more positions. Also, Jonas Wallmeier and James Pinsker are pretty close together as well. So Spaniards and the British could actually help out the French here. And here comes Pinsker to the inside of Wallmeier into the parabolic. He runs wide though. There's Pinsker trying to get the run out the corner, but this is going to be a chance for Wallmeier to get back ahead of him. Down the start and finish straight they go, side by side, but it's Pinsker who's ahead, cuts to the inside. That was a bit of a tricky move there, but they managed to make it deep into the chicane, into the Rettifilio, and through goes Pinsker. That's more positions and more points lost for Germany.
This is what F1 could be if the cars were more equal, am I right? But I'll leave that topic aside just for now, as Pinsker able to get the pass on Wallmeier, so that will change the points once again. And the French are kind of relying on the Brits at the moment to, again, extend that gap to the German behind and make sure you can't get the pass back. So, you know, if you're France here, as much as you're relying on yourself trying to make passes, you're relying on the other teams as well to disrupt the Germans that have fallen back through.
I can tell you that Max Benecke at the front has set the fastest lap of this race, a 1:24.375 for him. He's 2.2 seconds ahead of Antoine Hugelin in 2nd place for France. So Germany and France with the UK with Jamie Fluke in 3rd place right now. In fact, Hugelin has just set the fastest lap, the new fastest lap of the race. VCO in 4th place seems to be pulling away slightly from Lebert, although Lebert in the last lap did set a lap time faster. Johan Half and Jeremy Boutloop are together with them as well. But Holzmann and Pedro Albert, they're separated. They're not really close enough to make any moves yet, but you never know here. You never know with Holzmann here whether he could be coming under pressure as we look forward, and VCO through the chicane.
Important point though, Hugelin about 0.6 of a second faster than Benecke on that last lap. He's trying to close in your race leader, and this might give a decent point swing if he's able to do it. We'll get updated points in just a couple of moments' time. In fact, I'm earlier than the point standings on the side of the screen at the moment because we're getting word that it's 5-16 to 4-9-2 for the Germany versus France. So still going, there we go, it gets updated. Germany still ahead, but their lead is dwindling and it might go back more because Holzmann's lost position.
Yes, Patrik Holzmann. It's been a swap on my timing screen, and there you see it then. It is Holzmann down to 9th place now. Pedro Albert up to the 8th place ahead of him. James Pinsker isn't hanging around. He's trying to close up to Patrik Holzmann here as well. This battle between France and Germany, we thought it was going to be a whitewash, a cakewalk for the Germans, but my goodness, this is going to be interesting. Thiebe as well now has lost a place. So Germany, it's going from bad to worse.
Holzmann's going to lose another one. Pinsker's coming through. This is Germany's lead. This is it being absolutely demolished. They're losing too many positions late on in this race. This might be exactly what France needs.
Absolutely. 5 minutes remaining in this event and in this championship. My goodness, this is all going to come down to the very end of this race. And do you know what? We wouldn't have it any other way. This is sensational action here. These drivers absolutely on the limit, on the edge, trying to do what they can for their country. But we'll look forward in Hijlan. Look at those laps then. He's just slowly inching closer towards Max Benecke. It's not big enough leaps in the gaps though to be able to get himself that position at the moment, but Hijlan is doing his best. Look at the lap times. What are they? The last lap, a 24.6 for Benecke, a 24.1 for Hijlan. Hijlan is on a mission right now here, and he is just 1.5 seconds behind your race leader.
Points as of a couple of moments ago are as they are on the left. 5:12 versus 4:9.2. The gap is definitely closing. Germany, though, hanging on by a thread. Now we get even more updated points as the gap has been made closer once again. 5:05 now to 4:9.2. So this is France just not gaining points and allowing the Germans to shoot themselves in their own foot here with all the passes that have been happening to their drivers that have been stricken. As Pinsker's made a pass on Albert there into the chicane. I'm having a look though because Wallmeier might be imminently under threat from Ugolotti.
Yeah, I was about to mention that Ugolotti is closing up to both Holzmann and Wallmeier here for Italy. So Italy, don't write that. They want to keep that third place because the UK have been pushing them here in this race. And so Matteo Ugolotti wants to try and get past one, if not both of these drivers to get some extra points for Italy. This is what this concept was all about, and this is what we're getting right here. Brilliant action, and everything is just all coming to a crescendo. 3 minutes remaining in this race.
That won't work out the point swing between P1 and P2 because if Hijlan gets this pass on Benecke, that might be enough to just do it, but we'll have to get the confirmation on that. But right now, he still has 1.3 seconds to try and catch up to Benecke, and of course, it might also depend on if Wallmeier can hold position further back in the pack. Same with Holzmann, so the Germans are actually closing up on each other, and we know how slow Holzmann has been. He might inadvertently back up his teammate into Ugolotti.
So here we go then. Holzmann, yeah, he has been slow. And Fenolosa, something's happened to Fenolosa because he's had an incident. Oh, don't say it's at the Rettifilio again for Carlos. He's already had one incident down there at the Rettifilio on the brakes. Is he going to clatter that curb again? He is! Doesn't he learn that that is not the best way around that corner? Well, he's done it again.
Yeah, we've got 2 minutes Left to go in this race. There's the race lead. It's come down again. It's almost to 1 second, and Thiebe must be hoping that if we were in the modern cars with DRS, he'd be within the DRS activation distance, but it's in these FW31s. It wasn't even a thought in the minds of an FIA engineer somewhere, and now he's going to have to do it all by himself, and it looks like it's, well, will we get one more lap here? I'm not entirely sure. It's going to be close again.
We will, because they're doing 1 minute 24s, and there was more than a minute and a half left, so we're going to get 2 laps here of this one. My goodness, Simone Marcheno is losing positions to Nunes, or is he? Nunes around the outside at the Parabolica. Great move, but Marcheno moving into the slipstream, trying to make the... In fact, Marcheno's pulling over. He must have issues because he's out of this race.
Yeah, he absolutely does, but it's only gains for UK, it's only gains for Spain. It doesn't really affect this battle between Germany and France, so this is out on an absolute knife edge at the moment. Still a second between your race leaders, but this might be where it's won and lost. What can Ugolotti do here with these 2 Gerbans? Can he pass both of them, or just one, or none of them?
Matteo Ugolotti then around the first Lesmo. He is in that slipstream. He will feel the effect of that around Lesmo 2. There you go. You can see the push, the aero wash on that car then. Down this back straight, plunge down underneath the old banking, back uphill into the Variante Ascari, through the left and the right. Look at how much time he gains through the middle of the Ascari chicane. Now, one thing that will be helping Wallmeier is Patrik Holzmann, giving him that slipstream in front. But here comes Ugolotti. He's got the 2 slipstreams down the inside of the Parabolica. It's going to go side by side on the exit of this corner. We're on to the final lap now of this race, and Ugolotti has to dart back into the slipstream. He's not quite got the slipstream. He's not got the speed. Holzmann is trying his best to give his teammate as much as a slipstream as possible. Ugolotti to the outside, not going to get it done at the Rettifilio. Contact between the 2 of them, and that's Wallmeier down a position. Oh my goodness, what's going to happen next? This is absolutely sensational.
It depends on how many spots the Germans lose now. I don't think 1 is going to be enough for France to come back at this, as you can see running into the back of him through the corner. How much damage does that German car have? How far does he fall? Meanwhile, back to your race leader, because Benecke is coming up to the Parabolica.
Yep. It is Benecke then in towards the final corner. The Team Germany driver has done all that he can. He got the jump at the start. He's going to come across the finish line to take victory in this race. But Antoine Hichler second for France.
2 positions.
And Wallmeier, yeah, he's dropping down. This could cost Germany the championship. This is unbelievable stuff. We'll keep an eye on this one, because Wallmeier is struggling to make it to the end of this one. There goes Charlie Summers past him now. He's struggling to get that car back to the finish, but Fenalosa has spun. That's helped Wallmeier here to gain a position back in this one. Sensational end. We have to wait and see for the final results here before we get a champion. But my goodness, here he comes round the final corner, and that's Charlie Collins, is it? That's going to make his... No, Charlie Summers. He's going to make it past. Well, Wallmeier ends up in 15th place for Germany. That race had everything, Connery. That was an absolutely sensational race. What an unbelievable finish to this series.
Oh my word. I know we've had some brilliant races over the past 2 days, but to have it end like that, I think that's possibly one of the best finishes that we could have asked for, with the points drama for Germany. Benecke did everything he needed to do. He comes away with the race win, but we have to wait, of course, for the points to be totaled up. We have to wait for any potential penalties and some such as well at the end of that one. But oh my word, this really hangs in the balance now.
Well, this has got plenty of talking points, that final race, and good luck to Will and Matt wrapping that one up, because that was just an unbelievable event.
About 3 minutes ago, I said that the one thing that Germany could not afford to do was be in a crash. 60 seconds later, Germany was in a crash. We are waiting for the final point to be totaled. But you know what, Matt? I commentated the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series for, I think, 7 years in the end. And I don't remember an event as crazy as that.
That was absolutely nail-biting. It looked like it was done. Germany was in the clear. Everything was very much sorted for them. But then, as you say, and I saw you type it, was they can't be involved in a crash. What? Why? Why are they even fighting with the Italian? Just let him go. It's done. Because, as I was mentioning before the race, it's still 30, 40, 50 points if you're in that mid-pack. If you drop down 5 positions... I genuinely, well, I mean, I haven't done the maths, but I genuinely think Germany have lost it. That's my gut instinct from the amount of positions he lost on that last lap.
I have got the points in front of me. I won't announce it just yet, just to keep the suspense going a couple more minutes. Before we announce our champions, let's have a look at our final results from this final race at Monza in the Williams FW31. And Max Benecke was able to claim victory over Antoine Higelin by 7/10 of a second when all was said and done. Jamie Fluke for Team UK comes home in 3rd place. Alexandro Bico comes home 4th for Team Italy. And then 3 French cars in a row. Samuel Liebert, Jeremy Bouteloup and Johan Hart, with James Pinsker for UK in P8. Pedro Sanchez Albert in P number 9. And Patrik Holzmann in P number 10. Then over to page number 2. And we've got ourselves in P11, Team Italy's Matteo Ugolotti, Alexander Thiebe in 12th place, Marcus Nunes in 13th, Charlie Summers in 14th, Jonas Wallmeier, who was involved in that incident on the final lap of the race, in P number 15, and Carlos Fenaloza in P number 16, the last driver on the lead lap. Xavi Ross in P number 17, Charlie Collins in 18th, Simone Maria Marchetto and Michele Constantini round out your top 20. And the final 4 drivers up on your screen right now. And before I announce the winners and we do our national anthems, Matt, I mean, what that race really showed, it was Germany struggling to hold on, France catching. I mean, we see this in endurance racing all the time when we see one team trying to close up to the other over the last couple. But this is 4 drivers on track at the same time. The excitement level was through the roof.
I loved it. I loved every single second of that last race, and the whole event has been really awesome. We thought Germany had it, but because it's a team event, it's not just about Max Benecke. He did everything he possibly could, but realistically, France 2nd, 5th, 6th and 7th in the final event where loads of points are on the line. They couldn't have asked any more realistically from themselves. So what a performance from them. Germany, if they have lost it, they are going to be kicking themselves.
Well, it's at this point then where it's a game of Know Your National Anthem as we announce the winners in a musical style. And it is Germany who claims victory. They hold on with 6 points to take the victory over France. And France, basically, it came down to 2 things. Had France been able to get the victory, had Antoine Higelin been able to get the victory, and had it not been for one of the Spanish drivers spinning on the last lap to enable Jonas Wallmeier to get back up into P number 15, France could have won it. But Germany are able to hold on with 498 points. France with 492, and Italy will claim the bronze medal position with 374 points. It was close in the end between Italy and the UK. We weren't really paying attention to it, but the UK come home in 4th place, Spain in P number 5, and Chile round out the top 6. And I mean, Matt, I was doing the maths all the way through that broadcast. It was, I would say notepad. It was actually calculators and computers these days. And as I was literally thinking about what needed to have happened, I said that Germany couldn't afford to have a crash. It needed France to win the race because it's a 5-point difference, 75-70 for winning the race. It just was, France tried really hard. The consistency was great. But you might argue that they didn't lose the championship here. They lost the championship in the last round when we were running at Le Mans.
Absolutely. Well, in fact, actually, if it was only 6 points between them, it would have been a 10-point swing because it was France versus Germany. So technically, it would have been just down to that, which,
True.
I mean, we couldn't have written that in the script, that's for sure. But yeah, it definitely, when you look back at to race 3, Circuit de la Sarthe, Germany were just a class of their own. But the fact that even after that, 70 points or however many they were ahead, to then be able to get that mouth-watering prospect that we just watched, I feel very lucky to have watched it because I thought it was going to be easy. Done. You know, Germany were very much in the driving seats, pardon the pun, at the start of that final race. But my goodness me, they tried all they could to try and lose it.
And let's not forget, £1,000 will be given to Italy for coming home at 3rd place here this weekend. £2,500 will go to France for coming home in 2nd place. And £4,000 will go to Germany for being the VCO Cup of Nations champions. And well, we'll see when we get the chance to talk to that team before the broadcast is over. And I'm also glad that you managed to bring in the swingometer, Matt, to a Race What TV broadcast. You are right. Had it have been France winning the race, it would have been a 10-point swing, not 5 points. This is why I failed my A-level maths.
I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming you at all. I had my mistake earlier. You've had yours.
Yeah. But overall, I mean, the Italy-UK battle, it kind of went under our radar until the last 5 minutes when the intensity and the crazy kicked up. Italy, I think, well-deserved 3rd place. But again, for the United Kingdom, they've been in this position with the World Cup of iRacing before. They're in this position again. They come so close to a prize-winning position, but they're that far away. All they needed now to go wrong was to have penalties.
Absolutely. And when you look through most of that race, the UK were 50, 60 points behind Italy. It was only till right at the end where everything was happening that they were gaining positions. And you know, it's going to be a matter of ifs and buts, and I'm sure they'll look back at the replay and go, oh, if I hadn't lost that position there, then I'd be sat here with £250 each or whatever. But I'm sure in terms of the actual event, they're really happy because, as I mentioned before, they were very close to not even making it into the finals. So they can keep their heads held high, especially Fluke. What a performance he had in the ovals. And it's not just about this event, it's about the amazing charity and money that we've been raising as well. And I'm sure the drivers, as much as it will pain them now, when they look back at it, it's been an amazing event for them to be a part of.
And for Team Germany as well. I mean, it was strength in numbers. I did make a mistake earlier on. I was looking at an old entry list. They weren't all members of the Pure Racing team now, Team Redline Sable. Patrik Holzmann, of course, drives for Red Bull Racing Esports. But I think the way they approached this race, they have had some bad rounds in some people's standards in the competition. I go back to Saturday, of course, they had one bad round. They weren't great earlier on when we came to things like the Rallycross as an example, but you've got to argue that it was their consistency across disciplines. They were really good when we were at the high banks of Homestead Miami Speedway, for example. They were good when it came to the GT racing, and when we thought that France, you know, were going to be at an advantage in the Williams FW31, Benecke shows how he could have been a former world champion in that series had he ever participated in it.
Yeah, it's weird to think because I still feel like France were the more consistent team, but Germany just had that outstanding performance in the penultimate race to really just chuck a huge amount of points onto the leaderboard where, you know, we were hyping up Italy, we were hyping up France, and then they just put themselves with a big enough lead to have that quite lackluster performance, it has to be said, by the majority of the German team. Benecke, obviously, aside, because he was unbelievable, and I'm sure the teammates will be thanking him for his consistent amount of points bringing home for every single race that happened. But very quickly to Italy, I just want to say about Bico's ridiculous move. I wrote it down in my notes.
Yeah.
Where it was 3 wide going into turn 1. That in itself deserves third place for Italy, because my goodness me, that would have taken some serious confidence to go between 2 of them down the middle and make it stick into turn 1.
I was going to say that's certainly got to be one of the passes of the event so far, if not the pass of the event. Because, I mean, I know we had 3 wide and 4 wide at one point yesterday, but in terms of the finals, it certainly is got to be one of the passes of the event. In terms of, performance of the day, though, I still think Johan Half of France certainly has to have that for his performance in the Rallycross.
That was dominant, ridiculous. If we'd have had more rounds like that, I think he would have been the outstanding character of the whole tournament. But that's the beauty of it. It's completely different disciplines, different tracks, and I, for one, was completely hooked. I love the whole layout of it. It's not just about one driver, as much as we've spoken about Benecke a lot, but he deserves the credit for the results that he's done. But the fact it's a team event, we saw a lot of strategy. It's been really good.
Yeah, and with that, let's talk then to your winning team. Team Germany, made up with Alexander Thiebe, Jonas Wallmeier, Max Benecke, and Patrik Holzmann. I'm going to go in alphabetical order just to keep this one simple. Alex, congratulations on winning as part of Team Germany.
Yeah, thank you very much. Was a really tough one. I think the key was just to survive in the NASCAR race and in the reverse grid race at Le Mans. That was very important. We gained a lot of points there, but I'm sweating like hell. It's unbelievable, but I'm very glad that I won it with my teammates.
You've had 2 hard days worth of competition across road racing, rallycross racing, oval racing. What's been your favorite event of the competition?
Oh, very poor. That's tough. I think the mixture was really nice. So that you had to adapt yourself to a completely different car within 20 minutes. This challenge was really nice to try, compared to the other competitions where we are driving.
I've got you. Oh, sorry.
There is no favorite for me.
I've got Jonas Wallmeier here. Jonas, one thing that we talked about was the fact that yourself, Max Benecke, Alex, for example, you work as a team outside of this event. How did that translate into you being able to prepare, not having to make as many new connections and having already kind of a structure to the way that you approach many big events like this?
Well, I think it was an advantage for us because, we know each other and we also know Patrik. So it was really good for us. And we just practiced a lot before the event, some tracks. And it was really fun to drive and to know the people who are around you. That's really good.
Now, in terms of the event here today, you were able to get yourself a victory in that manic GT race that took place at Le Mans. How much have you been able to put from your other racing experiences at PRT, at Team Redline, into some of these events here today?
I think the move into the Porsche curves was really the key because after the Porsche curves, I just made a gap on the second place car. So that was, just really good for me. And then they just started battling and I was out of the draft. So, yeah.
And we've got Max Benecke next. Max, everyone knows you for your 11K I rating. Everyone knows you, of course, for being one of the most accomplished drivers in the history of GT racing. But I never knew you that good in a Formula One car.
Well, I've always enjoyed driving this car. It's really a blast, especially when you don't have to think about the setup. So you just drive. But I still saw that I'm lacking some pace. I mean, Antoine was directly behind me, and he was pulling out some great lap times. But in the end, very happy to have this win here as well and have a good start. That was important. I just enjoyed the car. I wish there was a World Championship Series with it and not with that ERS McLaren. But we will see once the update is there for the car. Hopefully it's much better to drive. And then let's see what iRacing has planned. Hopefully open wheelers are back.
And in terms of those last couple of laps, knowing that you had to hold on to the victory in order to give Team Germany the championship, how much was the pressure on your shoulders?
Yeah, I tried to calculate a bit to see how we are doing, and I thought it should be all right. Even if Antoine comes close and overtakes me, it should be all right. So the pressure was not crazy there, but I still wanted to win, so I just had to maintain the gap. I think Antoine made 2 mistakes or so in the second chicane, which gave me a bigger gap. Otherwise, I think he would have been in front. But like this, the pressure was quite low, but obviously I wanted to win, so I just had to maintain the gap, or maintain at least the rate at which he was catching up to me. And that worked pretty well. But this car is really hard. Like out of the first chicane, you go on the throttle and you basically can't. Like 20-30% throttle, and the car just wants to spin around. But that's really enjoyable.
And we've got Patrik Holzmann here as well. Patrik, if I remember correctly, you driving in this car at this track at some point in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. How much of that information were you able to impart to your fellow countrymen to help them in terms of this final race?
I mean, that was a few years ago, right? There wasn't much left that I could remember of the car, but I think in general my teammates, they knew what they had to do. But of course, sharing information here and there as good as we can, that's part of it if we want to succeed. Yeah, it was a pretty good day, I think, overall. It started pretty well already in the oval. That kind of, everyone was more relaxed afterwards. We didn't take as many risks as we would have if we started badly, so it was pretty nice. Yeah, pretty happy for the team. I'm just personally a little bit disappointed with the last one. I mean, just would have, for myself, would have liked to have a good race. Was in P2 there at the start, and then I got hit and I had rear wing damage, lost a bit of speed, and then just slowly but steadily moved backwards. So that was a bit disappointing, but I think as a team it was a pretty good day.
And how much were you thinking about the big picture of knowing that every point matters in those last laps of the race, knowing that your car had some of that damage to it and having to make sure that you brought the car home at the end?
I knew it was very crucial. I mean, at last lap it was very, I wasn't sure if we have it or not, so I didn't have the maths in my head, so I just pushed all the way as good as I can, and just glad it was enough.
Well, thank you very much, Alexander Thiebe, Jonas Wallmeier, Max Benecke, and Patrik Holzmann. As we said before, they are taking away a virtual check for £4,000 for being the victors of the VCO Cup of Nations for UNICEF, presented by Acronis. Congratulations to you all. As well, we got Matt back one more time, and gracious in victory there, I have to say. And I think they showed in that interview that it wasn't easy. It wasn't straightforward. But one interesting point, they think that they made up those points they needed at Homestead.
Yeah, they were very humble in victory, weren't they? It's quite nice to hear. And it's quite weird, isn't it, that they were all quite composed and calm, even in the last race. And Benecke didn't feel like whether he lost the lead or not would have really mattered. So maybe that actually helped them in some weird way, that, obviously they were falling back, but they thought they had enough in the tank. So yeah, it's great to hear from our winners. And well, it was close. I'm sure they'll be watching it back going, my goodness me, we left that a little bit tight.
Yeah, but you know what? It doesn't matter if it is 1 point or 100 points. It's a victory that matters at the end. And with that, we've just got a couple of pieces of housekeeping to do, and remind you one more time that, of course, this race and this entire series has been raising money for UNICEF, who is doing incredible work around the world to save lives, especially in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And we've been asking all competitors and viewers to make a donation, no matter how small, to support the great work that they do. I'm proud to say that we're over £2,100 now on the Just Giving page. Just Giving is a simple fast and secure way of donating to charities online. And if you're based in the United Kingdom, you can also claim gift tax back on that as well, which means basically an extra 25p for every pound at no cost to you, provided by the government. So all you need to do is go to racebot.wtf/donate for that one, or click the link in the YouTube description for that. And again, thank you to everyone who has donated over the course of the weekend as well. And please keep the money coming in if you've enjoyed what you've seen. I tell you what, Matt, I'd have paid good money to watch that final race in particular. But over the 10 races that we've had this weekend, it's been absolutely incredible racing from start to finish. We've had heartbreak, we've had chaos, we've had the odd bit of controversy. You had yourself a nice time to make your pizza at Indianapolis. We've had everything.
We absolutely have, and I've thoroughly enjoyed being a part of this, and it's been amazing to watch how it's, as I said before, it's not about one driver, it's about teamwork, it's about strategy, and I love the different disciplines. I love the fact that they aren't able to do hours upon weeks of practice into a certain racetrack. And it just throws up a few surprises. As you say, we've had a bit of controversy, which, you know, I'm sure there'll be a few rumbles going forward on social media this evening and into the next week. But yeah, it's been amazing to watch, and I hope everybody watching has had as much fun as I have.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to these two one more time, Paul and Connery, after we first of all had a chat with Patrik Benecke, who is our partner from Acronis. And Acronis present the VCO Cup of Nations in aid of UNICEF, and they are a global leader in cyber protection, known for its support of global sports teams, and again, even more so during the COVID-19 lockdown period. Their clients include Formula One, Formula E, NASCAR, IndyCar, the English Premier League, Major League Baseball, and esports teams, who all benefit from Acronis' cyber protection when setting up remote work environments and securing their data during lockdown. So, Bertil, thank you for talking to us for the second day in a row. First question, what do you think about the racing that we've just seen?
Well, first of all, let me congratulate the German team to the victory, and all by all, it was a phenomenal event, and I sincerely hope we can pull these kind of things together again sometime, someday, somehow. And let's wheel in that money for UNICEF, because also at Acronis we do a lot of fundraising for our Acronis Cyber Foundation to help those who are in need, where we build schools in rural areas. So please do donate, and we as Acronis are more than happy to support these kind of events.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about the way that you work, both of in terms of the way you support sports teams. But first of all, how do you actually help esports drivers and esports teams?
Well, as this is cutting edge technology they use, we help them by protecting their data and making sure that the technology works as it should be. And in the event there is a data loss, they can retrieve the data as good as they need it. So data loss is something which is currently happening, either by human mistake or by hacks, and we help to prevent them. And if we can't prevent them, we help to recover.
And I've already mentioned that you work with so many sports teams and leagues around the world: Formula One, Formula E, NASCAR, IndyCar, baseball. You work with the English Premier League. In what way do you actually work with these major organizations and sports teams to support them?
Well, what we do for them is we make sure that we have all the copy of the data, ensure the latest in security patch management so that all the servers are up to date, and protecting them from hacking or manipulation of data. You can imagine that if you can manipulate the setup for somebody's car, that he can drive more or less backwards instead of being at front row. So from that point of view, you want to be 100% sure that your data is your data and nobody has tampered with it. And those are things we can help do. And with our artificial intelligence team, we help the performance of race car drivers to increase. So we're really a truly technology partner and not a sponsor. Let's be clear about that.
And any final thoughts for the drivers, the participants who's watched this great event?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think all these drivers, you heard the German team already say that they were very wet of sweating, meaning that they need to be fit. And if you're physically fit, you need to be mentally fit. So we have coaches in our teams to also help our teams to be and stay mental fit in this COVID-19 period. And last but not least, you want your data also to be cyber fit, meaning that you have fitness all around you, physically, mentally, and your data.
Well, thank you very much. That is Bertil Benecke there from Acronis. And also, just to let you know that this weekend, Acronis is offering 6 months free of its award-winning personal cyber protection solution, Acronis True Image. And to get that, just go to go.acronis.com/Cup of Nations to secure your copy. That is go.acronis.com/Cup of Nations. And Bertil, thank you very much for your time over the last 2 days.
You're more than welcome, and wish you all the best in the series, and hopefully we'll be back soon.
Thank you very much. And with that, it's time to do a wave and say hello to the two upstairs. Hopefully by now they've recovered, had themselves a cup of tea and a biscuit. I mean, Paul, we've commentated some crazy races over the years, but that Grand Prix race has got to be one of the craziest we've had on record.
I mean, yeah, I've covered things from touring cars to GT cars to rallycross, and that Formula One race right there was sensational. It was unbelievable. Wherever you looked, there was action taking place on track, and it had serious consequences towards the final outcome of this championship. And, you know, if I wasn't wearing a headset, I'd be taking my hat off to these drivers out there, because all of them, right across the board, even the drivers who competed yesterday and even those who tried to qualify for this event, all of them, you got massive respect from us, because what you've done has made this a brilliant event, and I certainly hope that we get more in the future.
And Connery, in the end, it came down to basically Max Benecke versus Antoine Higelin in the battle for the race lead on the last lap of the race. And I'm sure Higelin would have loved to have just one more lap. But you know what, in motorsport, you don't get one more lap.
Yeah, it's another one of those situations, isn't it? It's just, if I just had 1-2 more laps. And you could see he was closing in each and every lap. He was lopping a couple of tenths of a second off. And, you know, if we did have an extended time limit, then maybe, just maybe, Higelin would have been able to push France over the top, shall we say, and get to that top spot. But unfortunately, it wasn't to be. Germany, they held on, for all intents and purposes. They held on to the lead, and they hold on to the win.
And I'm going to do a quick roundtable right now. Moments of the day. I'm going to start with you first, Paul.
Oh my goodness, you put me on the spot there. I'm going to say the absolutely dominant display of Johan Haaf to come through from the basically from the back of the grid through in the rallycross at Sonoma. That was sensational to watch.
Connery?
Ooh, there are a good couple to choose from, aren't there? It's absolutely incredible. But do we mean from today or from yesterday?
Give us anything. I mean, I know you want to talk about the 10 cautions, the 45 laps. I know that was your moment of the day.
No, but it is from that race, the 4 wide into turn 3 at Indianapolis. Pataska through the middle, 3 passes.
Okay. What about you, Matt?
Bicco, what an unbelievable move into turn 1.
Did we literally just lose Matt?
What timing? I think we've got him back.
Literally, I just froze. I was like, oh no, that's me. It's me. It's gone. Bicco, yeah, what a move into turn 1.
Weeks and months. I know it's been a long, hard slog for him. And also I want to give a shout out to our partner at Williams, Stephen English, for being such a kind and supportive person as well, and keeping us going along the way. And I can't talk about Williams without also talking about VCO and Florian Hasper for not only coming on board and putting the VCO kick onto this one, but also in terms of making sure that they've amplified up this broadcast as well. In terms of our announcing crew, of course, Paul Smith, Connery Maddock for the coverage. Somehow their voice has been carrying on throughout the course of this weekend. And also from WTF1, Matt Gallagher as well. Thank you for joining us for the course of this broadcast. And finally, to our partners, Track cameras, Istvan Barau, trackcam22.com. Our friends over at ATVO, Aptioneering, and also finally to Andy Werner and And1 Design. And with that, we started this journey at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. We went to Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. Then we headed ourselves over to the 8 Ball of Suzuka. Then we had ourselves a playoff race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and that gave us the teams that started today's action. Today we have had so much racing. We started off at Silverstone earlier on this afternoon, and that was our semi-final race. Then we ended up with that last chance saloon at Atlanta, and all of the chaos, the drama, the excitement, and the controversy that went with that. Belgium got disqualified. Spain went through to the finals. We went to Homestead Miami Speedway, to Sonoma Raceway, to Circuit de la Sarthe, when we finished our journey at the one and only Monza. And what a race it was. And you know what? I'm not going to lie to you. I'm kind of glad I accidentally said the wrong thing on the broadcast yesterday, because what we just saw in that Grand Prix race will be one we will remember for a very, very long time. For our entire team here at Racebot TV, thank you for watching on the iRacing Esports Network, on WTF1's YouTube page, on VCO social media, and of course on Racebot TV. My name is Will Vincent. Thank you to those guys one more time, to Paul, to Connery, and to Matt, and as we say goodbye from the VCO Cup of Nations in aid of UNICEF and presented by Acronis.